Okay, so calling this special board meeting of the Waunakee Community School District to order. All members are present except for Jeff Heineman, who will be present later by phone. And we have approval of the agenda after public comments. All right, versus public comments then. I would like to note for the board that the policy states when a public comment period is expressly included on the public notice of a board meeting, there's sufficient interest in addressing the board, the period shall either include at least 10 individual speakers or extend for 30 actual minutes, whichever limitation permits the greater total number of speakers. However, the board may extend the total duration of a notice public comment period to any meeting by a majority vote. Each speaker's presentation is normally limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. However, at a meeting, the board may vote to reduce the time limit to no shorter than 2 minutes per speaker in order to accommodate a greater total number of speakers. So there's been some question about how long our public comment should be. I'd like to get the intent of the board. If someone would like to say or make any motion to say what type of limitation would be, we could not make it less than 30 minutes. We could not make it less than 10 speakers. We could not make it less than 2 minutes per speaker. Other than that, you can go as far as you want. Our practice has never been, we have not generally limited speakers because we don't have usually a large amount of them. Tonight, there is, how many total emails was it? 60 something?
Yeah, 60.
About 60 total emails that have been asked to be read into the public record. It's up to the will of the board how far you want to go, or if you don't want any limit at all.
Are we talking just written or?
Written and in person.
And actually there were 70 written, and then I didn't look outside. Did you look outside?
How many people are outside to speak, please?
There's about 7 or 8.
7 or 8. So we're looking at just under 8.
I suggest that we listen to all the speakers that were here, and it can be 2 or 3 minutes, but I also think we need to put then a time limit of 30 minutes total and read as many as we can. Because I think it should be noted that we've all read the comments that have been coming in at least once, if not multiple times, up until the very time of this meeting almost. So for the interest of trying to do some deliberation tonight, I would like to limit it to a half hour total.
Is there a second for that motion? So the motion would be a limit of 30 minutes, 3 minutes per speaker?
3 minutes per speaker.
3 minutes per speaker, starting with the people who are in physical attendance. Would it be appropriate then that those who wish their email to be public, that those would be printed in the minutes? That way it is a public record.
I think that's fine.
All right?
Can we limit the written ones to 2 minutes so we could get more in? If we
You
have
have to limit all speakers to 2
Okay, well
minutes.
then let's
I don't
keep it
think
at-
we can differentiate.
keep it at 3 and publish the rest.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I mean, I guess I'm in opposition to it because we've been kind of communicating to people that this is the amount of time they have, and I know that through reading some of those, people were actually timing their statements so that they could try to get everything in the amount of time, and I don't really like changing it at the last minute, and that's what people were trying to do, so. I understand the rationale, I just disagree and I vote against it.
Well, just for clarity, are we talking 30 minutes for both in-person and reading?
Total.
Or
I suggested total.
everyone gets a chance and then we limit our written comments to 30 minutes?
Judy's motion was 30 minutes in total.
And I guess I'd like to amend that too.
Make an amendment.
I'd like to amend the motion that we allow all in-person speakers their 3 minutes, but then we limit our written comments to 30.
I don't think
Can we do that?
can reasonably limit one speaker over another because of their method.
Okay.
You could increase the amount of time.
We could go a whole hour total.
Yeah, we could, but we will anyway if we read all.
We would go 2 hours if we read them.
Well, actually, with 70 written comments at 3 minutes each, it'd be 210 minutes.
It's 3 hours.
But that's if
Which
they're all
would
3
be
minutes.
3.5 hours.
That's if they're all 3 minutes long.
Yeah, if they're all 3 minutes long, true.
And I push again that we've already read these several times. I think our time here needs to be in discussion and making some decisions.
I gotta admit, I personally agree with Mike. We have said that we will give them their time, we should give them their time. In order to get to consensus and agreement, though, I'd be willing to accept a 1 hour limit
In total,
in total.
I can accept a 1 hour in
I believe that's
total.
reasonable.
We
So,
can't
have-
start, you know, last week, we started deliberating at midnight. We need to have time.
And we still have to deal with co-curriculars afterwards.
Well, do we need to change my motion or what?
There's a,
We
Well,
have, we
someone-
haven't had the amendment yet, so.
yeah, someone would have to make an amendment to 1
I
hour.
would like to amend to a total of 1 hour.
Is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Discussion on just changing to 1 hour. All those in favor of 1 hour, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And now the main motion is to 1 hour. Is there any further discussion on that? All speakers, 1 hour, 3-minute limit to each speaker, starting with the people in person.
Didn't we just vote on that?
No, we voted on changing it to 1 hour. That's the amendment. Now we have to vote on the main motion. You've
Okay.
changed the main motion from a half hour to 1 hour. That's what
So
the
do we
vote
have a
was.
motion on the floor then? to
Okay,
vote?
There's a
I'm
motion
really
for 1 hour.
confused, so.
You've had a
What was
motion,
your,
you've
what
had a
was your
second.
original,
My original was that we limit to a half hour, written and, starting with the in-person.
in
and
combined?
It combined.
Right.
Got it,
And so then, now we've changed it to say a total of 1 hour
got it.
combined.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 For what?
To have a total time of 1 hour for all speakers with a 3-minute limit on
So what we
each.
did, we amended the language of the first,
Oh, okay.
Okay, now
Motion.
we're voting on the new language.
All right, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And that leaves us on now to public speakers. So if you could bring in the first person, please.
I will.
Hi, my name is Jason Grosh. First of all, thank you for the time that you've committed in your roles as board members. I'm speaking from the perspective of a father of 4 daughters, including my oldest, a first grader, that I'm hoping will be enrolled to attend Prairie for in-person classes starting in September. I'm optimistic that you'll put children first and consider how this is affecting them the most, mentally, emotionally, and socially, with the understanding that the Waunakee Community School District currently enjoys a robust, engaged, and financially friendly relationship with the local community that is compassionate, eminent, and eminently willing and able to provide teachers with substantial protections and the necessary equipment to make them feel safe. The high-quality education system, teachers, and community drew my family to Waunakee, and I am hoping that we are not provided with evidence that those feelings were misplaced. I truly believe there is a way to have school operate as normal as possible in the fall, as is being done all over the rest of Wisconsin, the country, and the world. In-person learning, especially for children my daughter's age, is strongly advocated for, even during this pandemic, by the American Academy of Pediatrics, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and also by the New England Journal of Medicine. Given the significant resources that are available to the district and the fact that schools in other areas are reopening with far less resources at their disposal, it is concerning to me that the Waunakee Board of Education did not provide for an in-person option when the last vote occurred on July 27th. Given all the benefits of in-person schooling as laid out by the AAP, CDC, and New England Journal of Medicine, in-person schooling truly is an essential activity, at least as important as to a highly functioning, productive community as grocery stores, healthcare operations, and manufacturers. These other essential businesses have been operating throughout this pandemic with safeguards in place. It is troubling to me that in-person schooling has not yet been afforded the appropriate priority by the board. Again, given the resources that are available, I would imagine the district can offer a full-time virtual option for the year for those who do not feel comfortable sending their kids to school, and for those teachers who do not feel comfortable teaching in the schools. Others can and should attend in person. Parents need to be given a choice. If the in-person option is not offered by the district, my family will be forced to pursue other options for schooling my first grader that will most likely result in the district losing funding now and in the future. I have 3 other daughters that have yet to reach school age. One of these daughters is 3 years old, has a speech delay, and has been receiving assistance from the district on an IEP that has been completely ineffective since it went virtual. Based on the correspondence from Kurt Ely we received this past week, it appears the IEP for the fall could very well be equally as ineffective as the one utilized in the spring.
Excuse me, sir, I'm afraid your 3 minutes is up. I really do want to thank you for coming and for your comments.
Okay, if we can't count on the district to operate with the
Sir.
best interests of my daughters in mind now, when we need it most, I can't imagine we'll want to subject my 4 daughters to similar treatment in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Welcome.
My name's Jonathan Nitty. I actually did send an email to the board earlier. I won't go into too much detail as to what I said because you already have that. But I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about what the board did in its last vote. I'm deeply concerned because I believe that in-person schooling is in the best interest of the kids. And that's what we need to be focused on, the kids. Number one, that should be the goal for everybody here, and not other interests. I have 2 kids in the Waunakee school districts. In the Waunakee school district, my son, who is approaching 12 years old, has autism. He's severely autistic. He, during this time, during the pandemic, he's had great difficulty not seeing his friends at school, dealing with that. He doesn't have normal expressive speech, and ultimately he can't tell us why he's frustrated, why he's acting out a lot of obsessive compulsive behaviors and academic regression. And ultimately what we know he needs is to get back into school with his peers, where he can see his peers and engage. And I think you all know that the reality is that kids need to socialize with other kids. We've tried the virtual model in the beginning of this pandemic, which is in March. We know that it was completely ineffective for both of my kids. I have a daughter who's 8, who's going into 3rd grade. It simply doesn't work. It did not work for them. My daughter's normally developing. It doesn't work. It's hard for them to focus. They get so much out of it, out of the socialization with other kids. It is a large part of the education. I can say that my daughter has a friend who's also in her class in Waunakee at Arboretum. Her parents are considering putting her friend in St. John's because of this. My daughter hasn't been able to see her friend for very long, since the pandemic began, and we had to tell her that because of this, she may not be able to see her friend regularly because she may have to go to a different school. I guess the bottom line is the parents of this community want this. I think they want, in large part, and yes, they have concerns. We all have concerns. They want to see in-person schooling. It should be something that this board was considering from the beginning, since March. We should have been considering and anticipating what might be occurring when this comes. And ultimately, regardless of the difficulties logistically, this is in the best interest of the community, the kids. And I ask you this question.
Your time is up.
Let me say one thing. I asked you this question. Are we working in the furtherance of the best interests of our kids or your own? That's the last thing I want to say.
Thank you.
Change my ringtone.
Hey, Dave, I want to tell them they have 3, just so they know, before coming in.
You have 3 minutes and I'll wave at you when you got 30 seconds.
Gotcha. My name is Molly Petroff. I'm a community member, parent of 2 Waunakee High School students, music department chair, and vocal music teacher. Like other teachers in music, Phys Ed, special education, or other possible high-exposure class environments, I've taken my role to advocate for a safe classroom environment very seriously. I've met weekly with vocal music teachers around Dane County and the state, listened to music educators around the world in different learning contexts, and read countless COVID statements, scientific studies, and resource guides for music educators. The most comprehensive study on aerosol spread in music ensembles is currently being done at the University of Colorado, and they need more time to complete their work. I anxiously await their findings to determine what is safe for our music students. This is one of countless examples that clearly tell us to proceed with caution and give time for the science to catch up with our current reality. I have been training hard in the last 2 weeks in technologies that will help create meaningful musical experiences for my students. As department chair, I'm coordinating professional development activities for the music staff that will give each of us the tools we need to engage our music students, envision and create safe performance opportunities, and prepare us to dig into music standards like creating and connecting in deeper ways than were possible in the past. We can and will succeed in doing the best work for our kids from a distance. I'm extremely concerned about the safety of our students, teachers, and community members. Our kids do not live in a vacuum, and I urge you not to take chances with the lives and well-being of our community members. I do not envy the role you must play in leading this community right now. From what I have learned in my research, going back to school in person isn't financially viable. We'll not have the staff, facilities, or planning time needed to do it safely. Even if we could account for these needs, I would argue that the time spent on cleaning, enforcing social distancing, and teaching to multiple platforms will rob students of the high level of curriculum that we can create in a remote format. I know most of you personally, and I believe that I've developed a level of respect with all of you, whether that be as friends, colleagues, church community members, or parents of students that I have loved and cared for. Know that it is difficult for me to see you in this position, and I will never let your choices here get in the way of our relationships. But I ask you to imagine every teacher that you know, every student that we see daily, and consider the personal impact if any one of them became seriously ill or triggered a community spread due to your decision today. It is happening already in other communities, and I will do everything in my power to keep it from happening in Waunakee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes and I will wave when you got 30 seconds left to give you a warning.
Sounds good. Can I introduce myself before my minutes start?
Now
right.
I have to restart the timer.
I'm Shad Fonta. I'm an 8th grade social studies teacher at the middle school, and so you're my bosses. But I also live here, so I'm your boss too. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ready? All right. I love my job. I've been doing it for 23 years. I've had many of your kids in my classroom. Every teacher wants to be in a classroom with kids. We know what's best for kids. It's way easier to prepare. However, like each of you with the job you have or you've had, we listen to experts. We follow science. We do what's best for kids. Since last Monday, here are some examples of what have happened to school openings around the country. Georgia, Indiana, Tennessee, all have had outbreaks in the first week of school. Indiana and Tennessee are states similar in size to ours. They just start their school earlier. You have a chance to learn from them. This is from CNN. School closures last spring likely saved more than 1 million cases and 40,000 deaths. Remember, even if kids don't die from COVID, a new study from South Korea shows that kids 10 to 19 spread the disease just as much as adults. And children under the age of 10 still can transmit it, not only to other children, but to their families at home, because another study says children under the age of 5 often carry more of the virus than adults, even if they aren't showing symptoms. So just because you've had COVID, we don't know if you're immune just from getting it again, just because we're still learning from it. Sending teachers and students back to school right now is a gamble and an experiment with our lives. If you would listen to the people in the buildings, along with credible doctors, experts, evidence from school openings, they're overwhelmingly telling you that experimenting on schools is a horrible idea. I don't care what the numbers from your survey, if they were 100 to 1 in favor of sending us back, those people aren't working in the schools 8 hours a day. None of you are working in the school, teaching or cleaning or driving buses. Coming to that, you have about a half of your bus drivers are gonna quit. Somehow you think you're gonna run double the routes on half days? That's not how math works. You have 15% of the paras that won't come back. You have 26 teachers that are going to quit. Are you going to replace them with subs? Good luck. A third of the subs aren't coming back. You're in a tough position. There's been no guidance from the federal government. At the state level, our legislatures tried to block everything our governor's done on wearing masks. Being put in this position is not your fault. If my side is wrong, we go back to school second quarter, nobody gets sick or dies. If you're voting to send us back and you're wrong and one teacher gets sick, one student dies, that's on you forever. Do the enhanced learning for a quarter, reevaluate, and then we'll see. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You got 3 minutes and I'll wait and give you a 30-second warning.
Sounds good. So good evening. First of all, my name is Jeremy Alsacker. I'm a parent of a 2019 graduate, a 5th grade student, and a 3rd grade student. I'd like to start by saying that we feel blessed to be part of this community. We feel that we're in an amazing school district, and we're proud to be here. While there's much to debate over the facts and logic of this decision, I'd like to use logic and facts in making this decision, which has many things that you could debate. I am an essential worker. I'm in front of the public every day. I have been since this virus started. And although I may not be in the schools every day, I understand what that environment can be like. Returning to school in sports, I believe, is important, not only to the continued thrivingness of our community, but also to our kids and also to all of the parents who rely on the schools to help provide an education. There are teachers who may not be able to return, and that's okay. There's also children who feel uncomfortable returning. That's okay too. I believe that there are many solutions where we could combine those folks together into a successful learning format. My children have all not done as well with online schooling, even though there's a stay-at-home parent who can work from home, even though they have my full support. There are struggles, including all the way up to the high school level. On the sports side, I think that the decision around school is relative to the decision around sports. If our kids are going to be in sports, they're going to be out on sports fields, which is very important, not only to their physical ability, but their mental strength as well. It's a proven fact that being in sports helps with gross motor skills. It helps reduce obesity, which is a very dangerous disease. It improves academic performance. It improves health and overall diet. It improves social interactions. It improves children's self-esteem. These things do go hand in hand. Sports and getting our kids back to school go together. Taking our kids away from all of those things is an extremely disturbing idea to me. I, along with many others that have spoken in our community through not only the survey, but through their written comments, would like you to make sure that our voices are heard and understanding that we believe we have great teachers. This is not about whether we have great teachers or a great board. We have amazing teachers. We have a great board. We have people that together can come up with solutions, just like all of the essential businesses have had to do since the start of this pandemic. From as simple as a quick service restaurant to as complicated as a doctor's office, we have found solutions that work. And I believe teachers and our administration in this room can do the same thing to provide the best possible outcome for our kids, which is in-person learning. Parents know that it's not going to be life as usual. We know that it's not going to be everything as it always has been. We understand.
Your time is up.
Oh, I didn't even see the 30-second wait.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
In order to be fair to the other speakers,
Okay, sorry, I was watching for the wave to do my closing statement.
I'll be bigger.
All right.
But we do appreciate
You
your
guys
time.
missed the finale. I know. You missed the finale.
Thank you.
It would have been great.
Thanks,
Have a
Ryan.
good night, guys.
I did it.
Oh, come on now.
All right, 3 minutes, and I'm gonna wave my arms like a bird.
At 30 seconds.
At 30 seconds.
All right, hi, my name is Nick Sager. I'm a 5th grade teacher at the intermediate school. I'm here on behalf of myself and my family and my students. The thing that I make clear to my students from day one in my classroom is that my #1 priority for them is safety. I tell them that that's what I've been charged with by the principal, by our district leadership, and most importantly by their parents and guardians. Every decision that I make, or more likely every decision we make as a collective in the classroom, falls under that general principle. Is it safe? Anything other than starting virtually this September, to me, means that I can no longer, with any sincerity, say to my students that the #1 priority of the district leadership is safety. So the only option for us to make sure that we guarantee the safety of every student that walks into our building, every student that is within our charge, is to start virtually, given the place that we are at with this disease and the amount of unknowns that are still out there. I know there's a lot of questions and a lot of criticism of not being able to start or having that the way virtual school went in the last spring, but I can guarantee you that having just started in this district this past year, I have seen an untold amount of talent and resources within this district. And I can feel with the utmost confidence that given the time and the abilities, we can plan a rigorous instruction to start the year and so we can be bringing ourselves back into school as soon as possible. One other thing that I talked a lot with my students about is leadership. And I call on them to be leaders. That can take the form of being outgoing and out in front and charismatic, or it can take the form of being quiet and reserved and going about your business. But either way, leadership often calls for people to do difficult things in the face of sometimes great opposition. So I'm calling on us as leaders in this community, as the board, as the administration, as teachers, to be leaders, to stand up and do what we know in our hearts is right to keep our students, our staff members, our families, and all of our community members safe so that we can once again get back to the place that we want to be, which is having our students in the classroom with us on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dave Kettner. I am the boys soccer coach for the high school. I'm here at this public comment to actually speak on behalf of myself, Pat Rice, the football coach, as well as Ann Denkert, the volleyball coach. You have a letter from me directly. I think everyone has received it, speaking on behalf of the soccer team, but I'm here to comment in this regard on behalf of the 3 sports which are of a moderate risk or high risk classification. And basically, what we'd like to say is that amongst us coaches, there's pretty strong consensus that we have to have some level of activity this fall for our students, whether through athletic or non-athletic co-curricular activities, in order to keep them engaged beyond the virtual classroom, ensure both their physical and mental health, while providing an aversion to high-risk behaviors. It's also equally important, though, to provide a competitive opportunity for our student athletes, especially our seniors and their families, to keep them motivated and provide an opportunity for achievement. It should be also recognized that each activity in sport is different, and that what may be best for one group of activities should not negatively impact the others within the co-curricular space. So I'm here on behalf of the 3 sports to be able to say we are supportive of moving our sports to the spring season for competitive games, but we would also like to ask for the opportunity to have fall activities for training and development to the extent that they're within the WIAA guidelines, which have yet to be determined. They will be coming out on August 14th, but we hope they come out on August 14th. Whatever we do in the fall should preserve the ability to go ahead and play in the spring, and whatever we do in the fall should be within the Dane County guidelines. So in my letter, which you'll hear about shortly, outlines a program for soccer, which I feel fits directly into what we can do in the fall within the Dane County guidelines, would provide an opportunity for our athletes to have a training and development experience, keep them active, keep them engaged, but as a group, we're supportive of what I believe the athletic department is going to be recommending, which is pursuing a spring opportunity for competitive sports in the fall. So that's on behalf of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any normal sounds on that phone?
What's that?
Do you have any normal sounds on that phone?
No, that's my most interesting one.
Hello.
Just 3 minutes and 30 seconds, I'll
Okay.
wave my arms.
Yeah, well, my name is Christine Ram, and I am living here in Kilkenny Farms in the Waunakee district. And I actually came here on behalf of the Facebook feed, so thank you for having me. I'm here to speak a little bit and giving some names for people that would like to volunteer on possibly with the reopening of the schools coming now in the first quarter, because I heard that there was possibly going to be the revote on that, so that's why I showed up here tonight. So I have just a few people. I have a Tiffany and Amy and Allison and Nancy, a Katie and LJ who was willing to come in and help with actually cleaning some of the structures for the schools at a very low cost. And I have a Julie Forrest. I have some of these that are actually substitute teachers that were actually willing to come in and help to do whatever it may take to get our schools back open. So that could be anything from volunteering for sanitation stations, helping out with cleaning or watching the students, making sure they're wearing their masks, whether that might be on the buses or actually in the classroom, making sure the stations are set up, the kids are using them, before entering the classroom, leaving the classroom, depending on how you're looking at reopening. I'm not sure what that platform looks like, but if there's lunchroom, things like that, anything that we can help at recess. So I'm just here to let you know that we are collecting more and more names in the community to help. So I just want to leave my cards, and that would be all I really have for now. Thank you. Can I leave these here?
You just put it on the table there.
Okay.
And, yeah, thanks.
Doing a good job.
Sorry, my glasses fogged up. My name is Laura Hack.
Lori, you'll have 3 minutes and then I'll wave my arms like in encourage you.
Okay.
At 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's.
At this moment.
All right. First of all, thank you for your time. I wasn't going to show up. I literally got in the car as I was watching this because I wanted to point out some things that I'm not sure have been. Some advantages of in-person is that masks will be worn. We will be social distanced. The buildings will be professionally cleaned, and there will be structure. What us parents are doing, I am the parent of a kindergartner, hopefully going into school, is we're going to be creating pods. Pods in numerous people's homes. Not probably social distanced, may or may not be mask wearing. I don't know about you guys, but not professionally cleaned. So what are the risks of virtual learning versus in-person? I'd like you guys to take that into consideration, because pods, whether or not they're 3 kids, 4 kids, 15 kids from our district, and other pods we're thinking of joining us from other districts. So now we're having cross-contamination that way. Something that I wanted to point out because I don't think we're thinking that far ahead. Other thing, I'm an essential worker. I work for the state of Wisconsin. Teachers, I believe, are also essential workers. They might not be considered essential from the essential worker COVID standpoint, but I believe that they're essential workers as grocery store owners are, grocery store the 16, 17-year-olds that are bagging our groceries, they're risking their lives. So, with all due respect to our teachers, because I have the utmost respect for them, but I believe that they are essential workers, and that we, as a Waunakee Community School District, are taking that into consideration when, as parents, we're coming up here and asking for in-person. Also, suicide, depression, anxiety, things of that nature. I'd like to also point those, and forgive me, I literally was trying to drive here rushing, those statistics. Approximately 68,000 suicides, 667,000 deaths due to heart disease. So COVID-19, 154,000 deaths in the United States to date. Take that into consideration when there was 68,000 deaths due to suicide, and we know that in-person learning is affecting our children in a negative fashion. So I do implore you guys, you have a very big decision, but take into consideration what I've said with regards to pods. With regards to
Thank
pods
you.
and virtual. So thank you
We
for your time.
appreciate your time.
That's the last of our in-person public comments.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. You gonna time me?
So to clarify, we started at 6:11, we're gonna go to 7:11 and then conclude all comments at that point?
Yes. Okay.
There you go.
Jordan Gross. Hi, my name is Jordan Gross. I'm a junior at the high school. I wrote a letter regarding the meeting on August 3rd, which is attached to this email. I would like it to be considered public comment. My name is Jordan Gross, and I'm a junior at the high school. I'm also part of the Waunakee girls golf team. I wanted to write this letter to explain to you how having a golf season would benefit the student athletes both physically and mentally. I was new to the school district last year and decided to join golf. The whole team made a tremendous effort to help me and make me feel like I belong. We aren't just a group of girls coming together to play golf. We are a family, all connected by our passion for the sport. Golf allows me to take my mind off the other stresses I have going on in my life, and to have that taken away would be devastating. Golf courses have still been able to successfully stay open amid this pandemic. Unlike other sports, golf can be categorized as low risk when it comes to COVID-19. Golf is played outside, which makes it easy for players to socially distance from one another. It's also a non-contact sport and has small groups of people playing together. If we had a season, we would be able to keep our distance from each other, stay safe, and still play. Lastly, with the decision for online schooling, golf would allow us a way to get outside and see people in a safe manner. Personally, I know being stuck at home has not been the best for my mental health. I've gotten to go outside and play golf, which has helped me relax. As teenagers, we need forms of human interaction, which we can get by playing sports. Having a team to motivate you and keep you going is a great feeling, and I would hate to not be able to experience that this year with everything going on in the world. I hope you take your time to decide whether or not we have a golf season. During this hectic time in all our lives, we need some normalcy. Allowing us to have our season could be a part of that. Thank you for your time, Jordan Gross. From Natalie Hogue. Dear Mr. May, it was initially addressed to Aaron May. First off, I hope your day is going well. My name is Natalie, and I'm going to be a senior this year. I started golfing freshman year and immediately found a passion for it. Golf became more than a sport to me, it's a love. This year has been a tough time for everyone, and my heart goes out to those who need it most. Despite COVID-19 closing a lot of things such as stores, workplaces, and sports, golf is special. Golf isn't a contact sport and can enforce the things we need to stay safe during this global pandemic, such as social distancing, no touching things other people touch. For instance, the flag stick stays in place, rates have been removed, pool noodles have gone in the holes so it is easier to pick up your ball without touching the rest of the hole, and we keep our own scorecards. With these rules in place, I started safely playing golf again at the beginning of summer and have played in about 14 Wisconsin Junior PGA tournaments safely without any concerns to my health or others. Golf is like other sports because we aren't sharing a ball or touching each other to guard the quarterback. Even in baseball, you touch the bases in the ball, even though you could kind of social distance in that sport. You might have other questions such as practice or team band rides to and from tournaments. During practice, we can use our feet to kick balls instead of picking them up, or using our club to guide the right place to go for putting and chipping practice. Ranges has also been open since the beginning of summer and can easily social distance. For band rides, we could all wear masks, which reduces the percentage of transmitting COVID-19 because it blocks water droplets from your mouth to go to someone else's airways to get into their systems. Masks are lifesavers. At some point, we have to start living. You could go to work in your car the next day and get it in a car accident, but you wear your seatbelt and follow the rules of the road to prevent yourself from getting in a car accident. It's the same thing with this virus. To help put this in perspective, here is a personal story. I'm severely allergic to peanuts and tree nuts, and on October 22nd, 2019, I almost died from having 2 tiny bites of a protein bar with cashews. I had my EpiPen, which I administered, and took an ambulance to the first hospital where I had to have 2 more EpiPens, and then had to be put on an EpiDrip through an IV for 12 hours, plus steroids and Benadryl for 12 hours as well. I was in 2 ambulances and spent 2 nights in the hospital, one being in the ICU. And man, am I so grateful for life and will never take one day for granted. At school, people eat nuts all the time and foods have it in them all the time. But I know what I can eat. And just because I can't have nuts doesn't mean I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm going to carry my EpiPen, live in cities with hospitals, check labels, and be careful choosing restaurants. My point is we need to start living, but also take precautions to keep us safe. Wear a mask, wash hands, hand sanitizer, and social distance. I am in Fellowship of Christian Athletes as a leader, and I had to be there for some of the seniors that got their spring sport taken away from them. They were in very dark places. It was absolutely heartbreaking. But at that point in the pandemic, we could do nothing about it. And that's from Natalie Hogue. From David Kettner. Was that the one who just spoke?
Yes.
Yeah, David's your.
I would think since he spoke, we shouldn't read the same
And we
letter.
have the letter, I hope you all read it.
Yeah.
Yes. Jordan Shipshock. Hello, fellow Board of Education members. My name is Jordan Shipshock, and I will be an incoming freshman this year, and I'm planning on going out for the girls' golf team. This pandemic is dangerous, but I believe there is still a safe way to continue our golf season this fall. Over the summer, I've been playing in many junior WPGA tournaments, which all have new guidelines to keep players and adults safe during each tournament. Golf is a great sport to still have this fall because it's very easy to stay socially distant from others you're playing with and or your teammates and coaches. In some of my junior WPGA tournaments this summer, there are some new rules that help keep the players safe, such as not switching scorecards, not having to rake your tracks in the bunkers, and not being allowed to move or take out the pin. All in all, this sport means a lot to me, and I've been preparing for the season all summer by playing in these junior WPGA tournaments, and I think having a season this fall could be done in a safe way to not spread COVID-19. Please consider my opinion and have this read aloud at your meeting on August 3rd. Thank you for your time and consideration, Jordan Shipshaw. From Connie Rue. I'm sorry. This is from Mike and Connie Dunlop. That was her email. Thank you all for your time and dedication to ensuring you have made the right decision for the upcoming school year and being willing to look further into this matter. I was very surprised by the decision voted on by the Board of Education at the last meeting due to the fact that 90% of parents requested to return in person with very little hesitation. For a school that has always valued parent input and touts that fact to new parents when joining the community, it is very shocking this was not the case this time. I feel that the decision made regarding opening Waunakee schools this fall was made without one piece of critical data, which is actual school registration numbers. The online registration should have been required to be completed prior to a vote being cast, as the board has no idea how many students will be coming back in person and voted assuming all will be returning. Many parents are choosing to homeschool, send their child to private school, or prefer 100% virtual learning. Had those numbers been factored in, it is likely that we could have easily returned at the hybrid level without hiring new staff. I respectfully request that the board look further into the actual numbers rather than hypothetical scenarios that were presented at the last meeting. Our students' social, emotional, and mental health should be paramount in making these decisions. I realize some teachers are afraid to come back to school, and those teachers could then opt to teach the virtual classes. With less than 0.8% of Dane County actually having contracted the virus to date, and most of the general public is back to work and doing just fine with proper social distancing, our teachers will be fine too, just like the rest of us. Sincerely, Mike and Connie Dunlop. Next is Board of Education members, I applaud those of you who voted last week in favor of a virtual start to the school year with the transition to hybrid in November. As a parent who watched the entire meeting, I was impressed by the respectful and thorough debate, and I believe the reopening plan adopted by the board was a sound fiscal decision. Imagine my surprise when I see an item on the 8.3 agenda calling for a reconsideration of the plan. Frankly, I am shocked and disgusted. I can only assume this is in response to the local group of angry parents who have spent the last week stewing about the outcome instead of looking for ways to move forward. Opening the door to reconsidering board decisions is a slippery slope, and I can't comprehend how this request even made it to the agenda for consideration. We must move forward and use every moment between now and 9/1 to plan for how to make this school year the best it can be given the challenges. This article from a Denver-based licensed professional counselor describes the role parents play in managing how this situation impacts our kids. I encourage you to read it. Particularly impactful for me was this sentence: "You have more influence on the resilience, confidence, and assuredness of your children's psychological wellness during this time than any school board decision ever will." And then there's a link to redrockcounseling.com. The time for debate and discussion is over. If we truly care about the health of our kids, we must move thoughtfully, planfully, and expeditiously forward with the approved plan, and parents must shift focus from complaining to finding ways to make the very best of this impossible situation. Every minute revisiting the decision is a minute wasted. Please do not bow to the inflated influence of this coalition of angry parents. Thank you. And name wasn't actually Elena Meyer. Dear Waunakee Board of Education, I am going to be a senior on the Waunakee High School girls golf team. I've been playing varsity golf since I was a freshman. I was nominated this summer by my coaches and teammates to be one of the 4 golf captains. I'm excited to participate in my senior year of golf this fall. Our girls golf team has made it to the state tournament the past 2 years as a team, and the talent is increasing each year. Throughout the summer, I have worked at the 6 Mile Creek Golf Course and practiced all the necessary safety procedures to protect coworkers as well as the golfers. These practices have been highly effective and have provided recreation that is mentally and socially necessary during this pandemic. Golf is a low-risk sport that has implemented all the necessary precautions for students to have a safe season. Golf has been played since the pandemic has started. Throughout the summer, the Junior PGA has successfully run tournaments both in and out of Dane County. I would very much appreciate if this email would be considered for public input. Elena Meyer. Next is from Jessica Uppring. I addressed the board yet again this evening as a frontline COVID healthcare worker, wife of Waunakee school staff member, and mother of 2 children in the Waunakee Community School District. When I first heard of the board's decision, my initial response was twofold. Relieved that the school board had made the right decision, the only acceptable decision during this worldwide pandemic and unprecedented time of uncertainty, but simultaneously saddened for my children that will continue to live in this isolated little world of safety that they have been in since March. When I told my son, his feelings were twofold as well. Scared to go, but sad to stay. Honestly, right now, that's probably the best we can do. We all want normal school, but this terrifying time is anything but normal. At the end of the day, the only way to keep our children, staff, families, and community safe is to mask and social distance. 2 things completely unrealistic in a school classroom setting for a myriad of reasons. So tonight is with a heavy heart that I again implore you to make the right decision for our children, our families, our staff, and our community, and vote for virtual learning. What has changed since my first letter? What has changed since your first decision? For one thing, the crisis is only worsening. We now have more than 4.4 million people in the U.S. infected, up from 4.12 million last week. We now have over 151,000 dead, up from 147,000 last week. We now have the number of deaths rising nationwide as 30 states have 7-day averages higher than at this same point last week. Yes, you heard that correctly. Within the last week, since you first made your decision for virtual learning, the death toll for more than half the country has risen. They are rising in the Midwest, and Wisconsin is now considered a federal red state based on our number of infections. Dr. Fauci states what inevitably is going to happen is that the states that are not yet in trouble will likely get into trouble. The White House Coronavirus Task Force has warned Midwestern governors that the time to get ahead of the curve is now, and that's us, folks. So should we open the doors and let children and staff and families re-enter the schools? Schools that do not have negative pressure ventilation systems, schools not designed for social distancing, schools with staff members obviously ill-equipped at proper PPE techniques, and lacking the medical knowledge necessary to do what it would take to make this situation safe. If you had any idea of what that would mean, you would never be reconsidering this question again. The minute you gather people in close quarters in buildings and ventilation systems not designed to maintain negative pressure, you have potentially exposed and spread the virus exponentially. I remind you again of the study from the NCBI transmission of COVID-19 virus by droplets and aerosols, a critical review of the unresolved dichotomy, discussing how even a single unmasked cough or sneeze generates anywhere from a few 100,000 to a few million droplets and aerosols. When you get these aerosols indoors, and trust me, you will, it is only a matter of time. And what will you do when the children get sick? Because they will. As a mother who has been working the front lines, I can tell you it's a scary, dark place. And that was Jessica Uffring. When was that video received? I'm reading these in date order from when they came in. That's how I'm trying to be fair.
The video was received right after lunch.
Right after lunch? Okay. I'm trying to be fair by reading them in the order they were received. It's the only way to decide who and what should get read. Unless someone has a better idea. Trying to see which one. Okay. Dear board members, I do have one child. He's truly the love of my life and the reason why I keep going on every day. I am bringing this letter to you so you can hear my concern as a mother that is truly preoccupied in looking after the well-being of her one and only child. First of all, I am very sorry that you're being put in this position where you are placed between a rock and a hard place, especially when the ones who are writing letters of compromise and scheduling learning pods, the ones who are chanting, "It's not us against them," are the ones throwing rocks at you for not leaning their way. Truly sorry. Second, thank you for hearing my concerns. I hope that you are taking under consideration, but please, I urge you to make a decision considering the kids, teachers, and staff's well-being. Please don't make an erratic decision just because some parents are bullying you and forcing you to side with them. The life of hundreds of children are in your hands. Once again, thank you for listening to my concerns, but you are the experts. You have been teaching for many, many years, and no parent should meddle into your school and tell you how to run it. Third, this whole reopen the school was based on one article who someone found and fitted his needs, not the needs of the kids. We, the parents, were never considered. This person found a teacher who was willing to craft that crazy document and assumed that we were all on his same boat. I'm very sorry to say this, but none of them have any medical background as to extrapolate articles and date to arrive at that conclusion. Any parent with a medical degree would have been a better source than those two. The article clearly says the chance of kids dying at school due to COVID is lower than the chance of them dying at the hand of their parents at home. This issue is more common among poorly educated people and lower socioeconomical conditions based on the affluent neighborhood we are in. It is easy to conclude that this is not our case. The same article says kids need to socialize or else they get depressed and that they will not get the full benefit of school by doing remote learning. So homeschooling has been around since 1970s. Kids have been fine, not depressed or having social issues under this method of learning. Homeschooling has been a must be well-established method, and no one has complained about it until now that a couple of moms who were obligated to utilize this method due to this extenuating circumstances think that it is detrimental for the kids. Now out of the sudden, this is a devilish method. They are obviously looking after their own personal life's interests. They are seeing the school as a babysitting institution, not a learning institution. Fourth, it is true that the statistics say that kids don't get too sick if confronted by COVID, but that was not the concern. That was never the concern. Any person with 2 fingers of forehead would see that. The concern of having the kids in school is that they will bring the virus home, and then you will be confronted with the opposing effect. Orphan kids, parents who will not be able to afford their houses after losing half their income. And that was from a parent who requested to be anonymous. Next, COVID-19 certainly must be considered when planning the education of our children, as it must in all communities across the country. Can the board make this decision without global politics and media sources affecting their perception of the situation in Waunakee? Make the decision as it applies to Waunakee. Do not allow our purposely small, rural, and well-planned community to be a victim of the bad decision being played out by larger reactive cities in states like Illinois, California, and New York. My family made a deliberate decision to move to Waunakee based on the isolation it provided from the type of experiences we had while living in Rockford, Illinois. The most heavily weighted factor for us in determining which community to call home was the reputation of the school district. Without the promise of the education we have invested in and voted to improve, I see no reason to live in Waunakee versus any other like-sized community offering elevated taxes. I don't have access to the information required to make the decision forced on the school board. I do have concerns with the limited information being provided for the decision. In Dane County, 35 individuals have passed away with COVID-19 being listed as a cause of death. Since Waunakee is a small community within Dane County, it must be reasoned that our contribution to the fatalities listed is also small. However, I do not have access to that data. Poor ventilation has been proven to contribute to a higher risk load and therefore an increase in contracting COVID-19. Do we have this type of risk in Waunakee? Do we have concerns with the existing infrastructure utilized for the education of our children? Are there multifamily housing units in Waunakee causing concern to the school board? At one point several months ago, the CDC made a statement relating to the lower risk of asymptomatic individuals passing the virus on. That was before we were mandated to wear masks. There are so many issues that have been politicized, retracted, and used as a tool. Can we be sure the decision of the board is not political? There are tools we can use to ensure the safety of our children and reduce the impact of the current crisis. We wear masks at work and have our temperature taken multiple times a day. There is little chance of being physically distant in my line of work, but the risk has been determined to be acceptable. I guarantee my job is not as important to the future of the nation as the education and mental health of our children from Waunakee. Respectively, J. Mike Tombola. From Dan Stats, Waunakee School Board. While I realize how complicated and how difficult this decision was regarding reopening our schools for fall 2020, the parents of our school district spoke loud and clear and overwhelmingly stated through surveys that our kids need to be in school. The hybrid option should have been an easy choice. It seems to me that those on the board that voted for the virtual option disregarded the feedback they received and put the interests of the teachers before that of the students and parents. You were elected to serve the interests of the students, parents, and community who obviously wanted the hybrid option, and you completely disregarded that. As a parent and longtime community member, I'm sincerely concerned about the direction our school district is headed. While my son is a senior-to-be, I hope that those who have younger kids realize how important it is that we have a school board that has our children's best interests and pay close attention to those serving our children and community. It would be a shame to see a school district that has for so long excelled be destroyed by a board that disregards what's really important, our kids. Dan Stats. Laura Conkle, who lists herself as an MSN, RN, NICU clinical nurse specialist at American Family Hospital. Dear Waunakee School Board leaders, I am writing to encourage you to reevaluate your decision to open schools with only enhanced virtual learning options. I would like to share the scientific evidence we have learned up to this point to help guide your decision. Ultimately, I would like to urge you to consider a pilot of an in-person learning model for the youngest children in the school district and those children with emotional and cognitive learning needs where virtual learning is not effective and where many are already in an in-person child care environment. It is becoming increasingly understood that children, especially those under 10 to 12 years, are not transmitting the virus much, if at all. They are considered viral dead ends. We have evidence from child care centers who did stay open throughout the peak of the pandemic in New York City that children were not spreading and transmitting cases of COVID-19. The viral load, amount of virus, carried and able to be spread by children is significantly lower than out of older children and adults. In European countries where schools have reopened, there has not been an uptick of cases. There are proven mitigation measures that are effective in reducing the spread of COVID-19. These measures should remain in place in the school setting until a vaccine is widely available. On a personal note, my husband and I are both essential healthcare workers. We have worked through the pandemic and have needed to find childcare for both our 2.5-year-old son and 5-year-old daughter. They have had a very successful summer at Mary Lake Montessori, who is willing to continue to provide care for our kindergarten-age daughter if virtual learning is the only option. To that end, they are even creating a new position to support children ages 5 to 11 who will be in a classroom together in their facility to help support the virtual learning. This seems incredibly counterintuitive that they would need to take this responsibility on with the same safety measures in place that could be done in the school setting with teachers and their peers. Since we know a lot less about older children and COVID-19 transmission, it is reasonable to start with elementary age children, refine their workflows, and integrate the older children once the system is working well and you can demonstrate safety and low to no COVID-19 transmission. If you do decide to reconsider this option, please also understand many of your school district families are essential workers, and transportation busing, especially to after-school care, would be critical. Thank you for your time and reconsideration. Laura Conto, MSN, RN. Next, Michelle Berg. Dear WCSB, if you allow students to go back in person this fall, besides special needs kiddos, I ask you to please consider allowing pods and junior or senior students to have certain difficult AP courses and hands-on STEM electives, including various art, computer, tech ed, etc., to return. Many of these students are taking 2 to 3 AP courses. Can you imagine trying to learn AP chemistry, AP calculus, AP bio, AP statistics, etc. at home virtually? If you are a creative student, can you imagine trying to do a graphic art or Photoshop class virtually when you don't own the proper software? If you are a hands-on student, how can you properly virtually learn many of the amazing tech and engineering classes? These are the students that have the most to lose by not being in in-person school. Their academic careers are coming to a close. For the students going on to college, they want to excel in their classes, keep their GPA up, and be able to keep in stride with their high school peers around Wisconsin who are attending in person and who are privileged to be attending private schools. For the students going into careers after high school, they need the hands-on experience to succeed in our competitive world. These are the smart kids. They can responsibly wear masks and social distance in school. They don't need transportation. They don't even need full food service. Vending machines work just fine. Plus, this isn't an entire school full of students. If particular teachers don't want to return, they can be tasked with teaching virtual classes for students in these courses who may not want to return in person either. Let's put our minds together, be creative, we can do this. We owe it to our juniors and seniors to allow them to finish the race well. Thank you, Michelle Berg. Next is Charlize Smith. Dear school board administrators, students of the Waunakee High School are disappointed in this decision to stay home for the first quarter of school. We find this learning style difficult and near impossible to learn and retain information. Not to mention the social aspect of school is highly beneficial to gaining people skills and communication skills through our teen years. This sudden change in society and lifestyle due to the pandemic dramatically changed and altered our sense of reality. Being able to perform public everyday tasks are like a scene from an apocalyptic movie. As teens, we need a sense of normalcy within our lives. School provides an abundance of these necessities that are crucial to mental health that go unnoticed on the daily. These aspects need to be considered in the decision to go back to school. At the beginning of March, our lifestyle took an unexpected turn. Everything changed. We were no longer allowed to be near our friends because outsiders of our family were seen as dangerous, and going into public was frightening. As we attempted to make the best of the situation by staying in touch with our friends, it just wasn't the same as in-person human interaction. Through a screen, you could not see a person's face light up or hear the tone of their voice. It's just not the same, and it never will be. It felt as if we were being held captive within our home. We couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't do anything. Some days we couldn't even get out of bed. We felt powerless physically, emotionally, and mentally. As we struggled to complete everyday simple tasks, we felt that there was no point in doing anything because every day was the same as the last. Our mental health plummeted greatly. We could cry every night. We would have no motivation or energy to do virtually anything. Every day was the same old thing in our very own personal prison. On the flip side, with the opportunity to be able to go back to school, even with strict guidelines and sanitation codes, it would allow us to have a schedule, to be able to feel like we are accomplishing something and give us something to look forward to each day. We are informed of the risk and prepared to take them despite the negative side effects we could encounter. No one knows how long COVID-19 pandemic will last, and we must adapt to this new lifestyle. We need to understand living in fear and postponing going back to school will not solve anything. This pandemic brings a lot of uncertainty into our lives, and we can't let it hold us back. With that being said, we can control some things. We control how we respond. How do we hide in our homes? Do we return to school with masks, hand sanitizer, and a whole lot of Clorox wipes? All students learn best in different and unique styles. Learning at home does not allow for students to fully absorb new information. Hands-on activities are non-existent, and sometimes that is the best technique for students to grasp and retain new material. Not only do people learn different ways, everyone has a different living situation. Some students struggle to focus through a screen, especially when they also face loud distractions within their homes. When living in close quarters, it is difficult to avoid loud parents and siblings. Under these circumstances, it is hard to focus and complete. That was from sincerely Waunakee High School students, and Aaron, Brian, David, Emma Pettit, Jack, Joan, Judith, Mark, Michael, and Randy.
This clock of 3 AM is a little bit fast, so right now I have 7:07.
All right, and from Emma Piet specifically, thank you for this opportunity to express my opinions on the golf season this year. I've been playing golf since I was in the 2nd grade. Golf has been a hobby and a sport to me. Going to play golf after college has been a dream of mine. But I can't achieve that if I don't have a golf season and keep working at it. Golf is not a contact sport, and you can easily social distance during matches and tournaments. I hope you can make the right decision to let golf happen this fall. Thank you for your time, Emma Pettit, who's a junior. Dear Board of Education, thank you for this opportunity to express my opinion in this situation. Golf has been one of the few things people are still doing this pandemic. Golf is a sport that everyone has their own equipment and can social distance. I've been golfing since kindergarten and have been looking forward to playing in high school for a very long time. Golf is one of the safest sports to play during COVID, and I think it should proceed and happen this fall. Thank you for your time, Eva Pia. From Mark Lamana, members of the WCSD board. I would like to comment on the recent school board decision on 7/27 and the request by a school board member for reconsideration from 7/27/20 regarding the educational model for returning to school for the fall of 2020. As a parent of a student entering the 8th grade of WCSD this year and a resident of the community for the past 10 years, I appreciate the time the board dedicates to serving your community, and I realize no decision on how to start the school year is going to reflect the wishes of all members of our community. But please realize the decision you already made and are reconsidering does affect our entire community, not just the children attending school. There is never a question or doubt about the benefits of having kids in a classroom and in a learning environment. But when the impact of that learning environment can cost people their lives and have a lifelong effect on their health, the risks of that learning environment outweigh the benefits of our community. We as a community need to come together and support a decision that will be effective at stopping the spread and infections of this virus. The sooner we can accomplish that, the sooner we can get our children back into a classroom and being kids again. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Mark Lamana. Lamana? Okay. So,
Excuse me, Dave,
So
did we say
forth.
we're gonna go to 7:11? That one's
are we at
fast.
past 7?
And we're about 7:09.
It's actually 7:09.
One more. Brad and Brianna Phelps. It is our understanding the board will meet again regarding the decision made this week. We have 2 children ages 7 and 10 who attend school in Waunakee. One has asthma. It is critical that the board make decisions that are best for our students, faculty, staff, and community as a whole. COVID-19 presents a danger to all of these groups. Unless in-person schooling can be done safely, virtual school is necessary. Unless virtual school is improved from the spring, it is not valuable. Angry parents, a disgruntled union, a fear of losing your spot on the board are unacceptable reasons for making a decision. This is a difficult decision and we do not envy your position. There is uncertainty, inconvenience, politics, and death all in play. No matter your decision, people will be unhappy. Try to find a middle ground. Rarely are our leaders able to do this, but I believe Waunakee can. Thank you, Brad and Brittany Phillips. And our Is that 11?
Not quite.
Alicia Madigan, to the Board of Education. First and foremost, thank you for your relentless work in giving so many hours towards the fall semester plan of action. I do not envy any of you in this position where it is just impossible to please everyone.
Outside.
I'm sure, okay, so our time is up. I think we should at least let her know what her intent was, which was, on behalf of myself, my son, and classmates, please consider allowing kindergartners to attend school for at least 2 full days a week. Half days just create more chaos for working families. Unfortunately, we will not get to all the other comments. I just want to let the public know that we have all been reading these emails for all weekend long. I believe I responded to almost all of them up until about 8 p.m. last night. I finally ran out of time. Or my wife said I had to watch a movie, one or the other. But I will respond, and they all have been read before the meeting, and they were all provided to all the members of the board. That said, we are now past the public comment, so that brings us to approval of the agenda and additions. Do you want to go? So is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So move.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
We have the ability now to contact Jack Heineman, who will be on the phone.
Hello?
Hey, Jack?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Dave Betcher. We have you on the speakerphone now in the board meeting. We have gone through public comments, we've approved the agenda, and we are now on item 5, which is the COVID-19 updates, recommendations, and decision points, include but not limited to reopening plans. Do you have anything on 5, Randy, or do we go right to 5A?
Go right to 5A.
5A, request by a school board member for reconsideration of the school board's decision from 7/27/20 regarding the educational model for returning to school in the fall of 2020. So I was contacted by a school board member or more who had voted yes on the previous motion. And we do have in our policy specifically an ability for board members to reconsider motions from previous meetings. At this time, does anyone want to make a motion to reconsider? Mark?
I'd like to make a statement first. Last Monday, we as a board made the most difficult decision. Like all boards across the state and across the country, probably the most difficult decision any board has been asked to make. Regardless of how you voted, I know full well that each of you listened to all the voice of the community.
Can you hold on 1 second, Mark? We're getting a double feedback on the speaker. Jack, could you mute your phone when you're not speaking, please? It's feeding back into the room.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, please continue, Mark. Sorry.
No problem. I know full well that each of you listened to the voices of the community, families, students, staff, and collectively we made the best decision we could at the time with the information we had. It was difficult, painful, and hard. These are painfully hard times for me personally. I made my choice based upon the best option for our kids and for safety and for the education we can provide in this climate. That being said, after hearing what a nearby school district had chosen to do, I saw a path we had not considered. And after thought and reflection, I felt obligated to ask the board to make an equally difficult decision tonight to consider one more path. For a bid to consider changing the decision is no small matter. I realize it has consequences that are painful for not only the board, but for administration, for our staff, and indeed for our community. Some would say it would challenge our credibility going forward. Perhaps it will, but these are unprecedented times and don't ask to do this frivolously. We have been asked to weigh the impact of our decision will have on health,
and the well-being of our students, our staff, the families of our district. We have also been asked to weigh the impact of our decision on the educational quality that we will give our students. We have to weigh the impact of those upon the social and emotional well-being of our students as well. Quite frankly, I'm certain there is not a good answer for anyone, and there will be negative consequences regardless of what we choose. This pandemic has asked much of everyone, particularly our children. We owe our students that risk to be sure we can provide them the best education we can, as safely as we can, and protect our staff at the same time. So I ask you tonight to consider rescinding the vote we took so that we can make sure we are doing all we can to protect students, family, and staff and still deliver the best education we possibly can. If you believe we have already done that and that we need to move forward to not only prepare and put our plan in action, but to heal and come together as a community, I respect and accept that. Whatever decision we make tonight, I call for our board, our administration, our staff, our community to move beyond our frustrations, fears, and disappointments and come together to give our kids the best we can, as safely as we can, given this pandemic.
So are you making the motion for rescinding the previous, for reconsidering it?
And so with that, I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
That leaves us on discussion of the motion, which all this motion does is will bring the original motion back onto the table. At which point anyone could amend it and change the original motion, or just vote it up or down, or make a new motion after the first motion is voted up or down. So first on discussion of should we bring the original motion back onto the table, which is the reconsideration, the rescinding.
Well, I have just a statement to make that I was part of the in-service today that the district has provided teachers for how to enhance their virtual learning. They've got tonight, today and tomorrow, they're going to the high school. I think the administration is working really hard to improve the quality of the virtual learning. And I think we have to listen to the voice of the community, but I think the community has to be aware that everyone is making great strides to try to improve the education under the constraints that we're given. So I think we have to be very careful when we say we want the best education for our kids, knowing all the ramifications that are behind it and the limitations that are there. So I just add that I've been impressed with the teachers working hard to improve the virtual learning, to get more contact with the students in their homes. So that's my 2 cents right now.
Joan?
I would just like to also make a comment about reconsidering the vote. I have to be very honest. After the meeting on Monday night, I also, as Mark stated, felt we might have missed an opportunity for our youngest learners, our K2 learners. I reached out to Randy, I reached out to Dave, but I think more importantly, I reached out to a kindergarten teacher and a first grade teacher, and I got a perspective that very much confirmed that going virtually is in the best interest of our kids. The first grade teacher and the kindergarten teacher, they both said they'll do anything we ask them to do. They love teaching, they love kids, but they wanted me to be sure that I realized going back face to face would not look anything like they have ever done before. There wouldn't be small groups, there would be no hugs, there would be no interaction. It would be a sterile environment. They felt they could connect better doing a virtual education than doing a face-to-face education. These are teachers who have been in our district for 25 years. I have the utmost respect for. And after lengthy conversations, actually 2 different conversations with both of these individuals, I came to realize that we had voted correctly the first time. And enhanced virtual to begin our school year gives our staff an opportunity to get that model perfected. I also listened to the staff development today. I plan on listening to the high school staff development tomorrow. The ideas that are being presented, the small groups, the connections, the enhancement of that model is really yet to be seen, and I realize you're kind of trusting that it is going to be better, but I truly believe it will be better, and I truly believe after speaking to the people who would be in the front line, bringing our kids back face to face, I don't know if we're going to get a better education than enhancing our virtual model. Thank you.
Yeah, I concur with those two. You know, I respect everyone here and the administration. And since March, even before I got in here, we've all been doing our research on this, listening to the community, listening to the experts, reading the data, reading the emails. The administration, I know, has been working tirelessly to try to figure out and plan ahead everything that's going on. Our teachers are also taxpayers too, and I know there's some criticism that 4 teachers voted one certain way, but if we look at all different aspects, we all want what's best for our students and our district. That is our #1 priority. And then the other priority is to provide a rigorous education, whatever format, whatever model it may be. So I really think that we are different than a restaurant in town or a hardware store. When we bring 4,600 students to campus, or half that even, on a daily basis, through other models. I feel for our administration and our teachers that we're set on a plan on Tuesday morning and they all jumped right in and now pulled back a little bit to try to figure out and wait for today. So I guess in conclusion, after talking to people and reading and listening, I think the remote option is the best first step into getting back face to face this year in 2021. It's not ideal, but I think it's the best first step. Again, if the 4 of us were wrong, like somebody said, we're wrong, and no one gets hopefully sick or really gets reduced. If we would switch it the other way, I worry that there will be some outbreaks. We've already heard from one parent from Camp Kindergarten that they're waiting on COVID tests for their child, and 2 other members in the Camp Kindergarten class. They came down with the symptoms, and the doctor said wait till today or tomorrow to have them tested. So whether it was a cold or whether it was COVID, whatever it may be, it looks like it spread among a few people. It could be coincidence or not, but I'm just saying, with our rules that Kurt has put forth, those kids would be out of class for a certain amount of time, and possibly the teacher. So I think our remote learning, what we voted on, we should stick with and move forward.
Well,
Hey, Dave.
yes, Jack.
Hey, Dave, I think one of the things that I'm concerned about, and we sit around the table and we talk about equity, and quite frankly, one of the things that I've seen is that parents are going to figure it out. They're going to get these little group, these pods together to move education forward. And I think there's some parents that can do that effectively, and other parents that may not have the resources and or the capability to make that happen. And I think some type of in-person learning is better for our kids because we can minimize the educational gap and continue to create equity across the spectrum.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Since the motion to reconsider this came up, I told you all before, one of my main goals, no matter which way we go, is to get some medical people in the community available to help us determine some of the checkpoints we're going to have to make. Because no matter what, the situation is going to keep changing on us. And while we can all read studies from Norway or from South Korea or wherever they come from, I can't interpret them perfectly. I can know people can cherry pick the data they want to make the effect they want. But to get it really done, we have to talk to people in our community who know our county situation and can give us direct contact on how we can do our schools. I've been in contact with 4 or 5 of them. They've started to refer me to other ones. I've contacted them. To a single one, the 2 nurses and the 2 doctors have all said the same thing. You can go back to school in a hybrid style, monitored environment as recommended by Dane County. I don't know, I just can't bring myself to sit there and say I'm smarter than the doctors working at UW who have been doing this for months and saying this is what you can do. And somehow I'm going to say, no, this is less safe. I have to stop it. So I'm still kind of at that point. The discussion of the pods to me is extremely disturbing because if we don't bring the kids together to help them learn, the parents are going to do it. They're going to do it in a basement, they're going to do it without masks, they're going to do it without cleaning, they're going to do it in an environment. And we have our own teachers on the discussion boards helping them do it. Because they know that it's hard to do virtual learning. But what are we doing? We're just shifting from our teachers in a controlled environment where we're making sure people are well and putting them in an uncontrolled one. I feel the same way about St. John's School. Their enrollment is going through the roof because they're doing it in person. It's happening in all the private schools around us. You're hearing it from parents that that's where they're going to go. Are we really helping the community by putting it into a less controlled environment? I think some of you may have seen some of the photos this weekend. Kids playing on our soccer field. Kids at one of the parks playing basketball. They're playing soccer whether we have our co-curricular or not. The problem is, are they doing it with masks under a coach under restrictions that would help keep the community safe? Nope. So we have a decision. Be part of the community and help, or back off and say, we will keep our teachers in a safe environment, we will not have the school spread it, but we're going to just go let it spread on its own, because people are still going to try to get the resources we're not providing. And they're going to do it in a way that doesn't have what we're thinking of doing. We just had a discussion in the facility committee right before this about putting a couple $100,000 into doing the air ventilation systems in our schools with the latest technology that the sensors can actually eliminate the COVID in the air and recirculate the air that way. I don't know anybody else who's going to be able to provide that. And if you're going to have 15 kids sitting in the basement, or you're going to have 15 kids sitting in a classroom, which one's better? I don't think we're going to avoid the fact that there's going to be some version of classrooms out there. But we do have a choice as to, are we going to try and provide a structured one, or are we just going to let it go? A bigger part is when I come down to this whole discussion about K2 to 3 or 4. There is no virtual program in Wisconsin designed for those grades. We act like we can create one. If they could create one, those private charter schools that have been doing virtual, the e-learning academy or McFarland would have done it years ago. They make money off that program and they provide it to all the grades, except where? What is it, K through 4? They don't? Or it's 5 or 6, somewhere in that break point. But they definitely don't do it K through 2 because the model doesn't exist. And we think we can create it in a month and a half. I fail to see how that works. And I felt good about the doctors from the UW who are willing to work with us about how to develop the program. And no matter what decision we make today, I'm going to keep doing that. And we're going to have to get something like that no matter what model we're in. And the fact that one of them who's in charge of the pediatrics department says she wants to work with us to develop the rapid testing program. Right now, if you go to the UW hospital and you take a COVID test, your answer is within 1 to 3 hours. That's called rapid testing. If you now have a kid who's in a pod well, the perfect example, you brought up the camp kindergarten. She emailed us a week after she said her kid was sick. How did that help stop the spread in the community? If that child had actually been in school and had those symptoms, we could maybe have rapid tested them within 1 to 3 hours. That would have stopped the spread in the community. But instead, that kid went a whole week, and then the other 2 kids went a whole week in the community with no idea, no testing, and now we're still waiting 3 more days until they get tested. I mean, I don't see how we're helping community spread by putting these kids out in those situations when the parents are going to put them together anyway.
David, where are we getting this rapid testing?
The UW hospital currently has what they
But
call
where
rapid
are we
testing
gonna
because they can
get
it's about the fact they get the response so quickly.
I get it.
The head of the pediatrics department sent an email to Randy after some questions were sent to her. And she said she would like to work with a school about developing rapid testing in a school setting. Now, I'm not saying it's here today, but we have 6 weeks to try and do something. Instead, we're saying we're not. I really feel that there is no virtual model for younger grades. It hasn't been developed, and we're not going to suddenly create it out of the blue. And the community spread is part of the problem of the fact that the kids are doing these things anyway. The parents are going to do them in some version. And we have to try and help the community by helping create a version that is more safe. I don't think we're actually creating risk. I think we're helping reduce it. Because those pods are going to exist whether we want them to or not. Our stopping in-person schooling will not stop in-person schooling. It's just going to happen in a different building and in a different way. So I'll be voting to reconsider, and I hope that at some point, no matter which way we go, we still have to deal with the fact that at some point we're going to have to try to bring kids back into the school in a safe manner. And I hope that this is part of a step that way. Are there
I'd like
other
to
comments?
echo everything that's been said on both ends tonight. I mean, that is the problem we faced. The reason I asked to reconsider is there is a model that is safer, that addresses the K2 or the K4 students. And like Dave and Jack, I have a deep concern for the ineffectiveness of virtual, especially for the K2 students. I would not propose that we open it up to K-12. I think there's reasons for what we did a week ago that justify that delayed start, but I felt we had to have the discussion to give those kids an opportunity, one more chance to look at, is there a better way than we saw a week ago to help address the K2, maybe the K4 students with the struggles they've had with a virtual learning format. It will cause problems in the community in terms of scheduling. I recognize that. It will, every one of the options will create some problems, but this one actually alleviates some learning problems. And I wholeheartedly agree with Dave's point. If we go virtual, we're turning it to the community to make up the difference of the lack that virtual gives their kids by coming together with really whatever discretion they have to bring them together, which I think is far more dangerous than bringing that group to school to address their basic core subjects.
I guess I question whether these pods or whether going 2.5 hours a day is going to eliminate these pods anyway. I think some of these pods are childcare, to help the parents out, and they can add an educational component to it as well. You know, I see that as family choice. I've got calls about them too, saying, you know, considering it, but we don't want to, you know, I don't know. And I guess to Dave's point, I mean, I had 2 sets of doctors talk to me this week saying that we don't know how we got doctors to say it was okay, that will live in our community. So if we do put a medical group together, I would say we look at not just UW, but we look at other
I agree.
groups of physicians in our area.
I've had a number of doctors contact me, and I had a call this afternoon, I don't know if other people did too, that it isn't safe to bring them together. And in response to the pods, I agree, it's a family choice then. And 10 kids in one building is much different than 300 to 600 kids in one building. And the contact that the staff members have, and we have yet to address the interruptions, the substitution, the financial costs, the loss of staff members if we reverse our decision, the number of staff members who will probably resign at this late date. There are a whole host of other reasons. I think we really need to stay with the enhanced virtual to begin with.
I think one of the other things that Dave brought up is exploring some of the ideas of a cleaner air system, a filter, better cleaning in our schools. There might be better ways to do that, but we also need time to get those in place. And so I don't think postponing it like we've done, saying stay with our decision for the quarter, and maybe even some of the schools are the semester, but we're not talking about that. We're talking the quarter first, and let's see what happens and see what we can do. And I think a lot of the parents, when they see the enhanced virtual learning, it will be better. And I think we've got teachers here, we've talked about Waunakee schools being a reason to move here. And because we have great teachers, we have great administration, and the teachers are saying, we can do it virtually, and we want to do it virtually. And there's a lot of teachers who are saying, stay virtual.
I actually was surprised when I reached out to the kindergarten and first grade teacher how adamant they were about the job they could do virtually compared to the job they could do face-to-face. They felt they could do a much better job and a much more consistent job. They convinced me.
One of the questions, if you did virtual, if you did a hybrid for the kindergarten, first, second, the teachers are going to be in the building teaching the kids in the afternoon and the morning. Who's going to be doing the virtual for the kids that don't come then? You got another set?
The teachers who aren't doing that. The AM/PM model.
May I just point
We're
out?
going to be on that.
Maybe,
So-
honestly, if you want all the answers to that, technically we are only debating whether we should reconsider or not.
Okay.
If you want the answers to that, you would vote yes to reconsider, and then if you don't like the model, you vote it down.
I guess that's a point.
Rather before
I
we
think
spend our whole time on the model.
Is it worth discussing, given a chance to hear this other model? When you consider the fragility of our K4, or our K2 learners particularly, when you consider the social, emotional impact on our kids, on the community, you said it should be a parent's choice. Well, we haven't given the parents a choice when we give them 100% virtual only. If we present another alternative, they now have a choice. And so that's why I think it's worth having the discussion and listening to the benefits or negatives. We may very well come back to the same decision. We may not. Is it worth the discussion?
Sure. I haven't said anything yet. For starters, I guess I would just like to say, Mark, I will say I admire your courage in doing this, because I can't think of, I work in a field where I am routinely making decisions where I go into court and I make recommendations about single children or multiple children's lives that will likely have significant impacts on the rest of their lives. And that's a hard decision to make. It's probably as hard as a court's decision to make and what to do. But we make that call, and you don't necessarily know how it's going to turn out at the time. You do it with the best information you have. And I will say that I don't know if I would have the courage to bring up something after I've made a recommendation in court and later say I want to think about doing it again. I can't imagine a situation in which I would have maybe the temerity or the integrity to bring that up later. So I think you've done something that I don't think I could do myself. Not saying I agree, but I can admire that. The only thing I wanted to really add beyond that was to what Joan said about a kindergarten teacher being in favor of, and another teacher being in favor of doing things virtually. I've heard stories about one specific teacher, and I won't name this teacher, but it was just effervescent praise of how good they were in kindergarten, getting the kids engaged and getting them involved and letting them know that they were connected, that they were loved and cared for. And that's great. I've heard about that from that specific teacher. I've heard about from 5 different parents. I've heard about other teachers from other parents that were not so glowing. So I'm concerned about the equity among teachers and among the kids who are lucky enough to get that amazing teacher, and then the kids who are not as lucky. To speak personally, I had a kindergartner last year who sat in front of a tablet saying, "I hate this," in tears every day. I don't know what the pedagogy is for teaching kindergartners on a screen. And I just don't know how we could do that. I don't know how I could vote in favor of that without having that presented to us for what we would do for them. So when it comes right down to it, I'm not sure who brought it up, but the issue of we don't have a plan for those students is why those students are the ones that they're most concerned about here. The only thing I'd really add to that is we haven't had a lot of discussion at this table. We've had it in some comments, but the mental health of students is incredibly concerning to me. I had, I guess, a person who I could call a friend or a colleague who teaches in another district share with me that her district's had 4 student suicides in the last several years. She was actually raking leaves nearby where a student killed themselves and heard the gunshot. And at this point, she can't even rake leaves anymore without having that flashback before her. So when we're getting emails talking about blood being on our hands, I just want everyone to consider that we have a lot of students at older ages too. And I know we're not necessarily talking about high school and middle school at this point, but we've got kids who are disconnected, and I know we've gotten lots of messages from staff about how we are working on dealing with that right now. But with these kids who are disconnected and saying the things that they are saying to their parents, I think that's why we're getting the community reaction we are. And we've got to make sure we're doing both, because there are going to be some people who are virtual and we have to reach out to them. And at some point, we're going to be in person too. I'm just hoping that sooner rather than later. The biggest concern I have is that I don't know if we're telling our families or our staff, or particularly our kids, what the plan is for how to get them back. It seems like we're just kind of treading water. And that was my biggest objection with last week, and that it felt like we're just waiting to a relatively arbitrary date to see what happens. And, you know, Mark, bringing up the idea to get some kids back in gets us a foot in the door to see how it works. And that's why I support it.
Any further comments?
I just have one. I mean, and somebody had pointed out, I think it was in a letter, I mean, I don't want to use our kids as pilot programs to see how things are going to work until we have it set. And that's, you know,
right.
So I don't want to use them for research and program to see,
you
know, if they're going to work the first 2 weeks or not. I'd rather have time to make sure that we're going to be prepared for one model first and then two.
Sure. So I didn't mean to imply we're testing on kids, but what's the model for how kindergartners learn when they've already been in camp kindergarten already? Why are we going backwards with those kids at the very least? Is kind of my question.
Well, it sounds like we have a model teacher that we can discuss how he got it done or she got it done.
Well, here's the thing: we didn't get it done. Parents aren't teachers, and we are asking parents to be teachers for their kids at these lower grades, and we can't do it. I don't think parents can teach their own kids. That's why they are sent to school. And if they are not sent to school, they're homeschooled, and parents made that choice. So I'm not qualified to do that. My family was lucky enough where I'm the one working and my wife is teaching. I'm concerned about the equity of this being transferred on, frankly, the women in our community, because I think they're bearing an unfair burden to have to do this. So we had discussion at the last meeting about what kind of quality teachers are we going to get? Are they going to be right out of school? Are they going to be someone who couldn't get a job elsewhere? They're a better teacher than me. They're a better teacher than my wife, and they're probably a better teacher than every single parent out there who isn't already a teacher. So we owe it to the community to have a plan for getting teachers who are professionals, who we respect and we support in every way we can, and putting them with kids. And that's not with a screen.
Brian, maybe we set the date that we would go to a hybrid model in November. Let's presume nothing really changes. Do we stay virtual? I mean, every argument being made right now, there's really no reason why the end of the first semester, end of the first quarter means anything. I mean, nothing changes in the reasons being given for why we are virtual now.
What I think it for me, it just makes sense to focus on one model that we may be going back to a couple times if we do go to a hybrid or face-to-face. If we can get something down, instead of going hybrid for a group and then having to pull back and develop the virtual model, I just, for me, it makes sense to move into 1 to 2. That way we've already established what a virtual looks like. We can continue to work on the back end, but that's my thing, is I don't want
no one's developed the virtual
With all due
model.
respect, but see, that's the discussion that will come after this.
No, you're right.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
I think there's merit to that discussion, but if we vote no, we don't get that discussion.
Right.
All right. Jack is called for the vote. Is there a second to call the question?
Second.
With a second, it's a non-debatable item, so all we're doing now is voting to close discussion. All those in favor of closing discussion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
Aye.
So discussion is closed. We're back to the motion to reconsider. I think we should do this by roll call since Jack's on the phone, just to make sure how each person votes. Is that agreeable to do, Barry? Okay. All those in, so we're asking, if you vote yes, you are voting in favor of reconsidering, which will bring the motion back. Randy would then present the new model that's a possible option, and then we'd be voting on the original motion. All right, so we'll just go around the room. Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
No.
Judy?
No.
Joan?
No.
Aye.
Aye. Jack?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. So the motion to reconsider is passed. That brings the original motion back on the table. The original motion is virtual K through 12. At this point, that motion is on the table. It doesn't need to be seconded or anything. The motion is also up to be amended. You could add up to 2 amendments. Any discussion or amendments?
Could we actually have?
Oh, I'm sorry, we said we would do the presentation on the new option first, since that would be a possible amendment. I apologize.
No, that's all right. Thanks, Dave. As Amy Johnson is going to make her way to the, if you want to go get her name, that would be great. I just have a few comments as we move forward. First of all,
I'm sorry, it's been requested, we've been in here for 2 hours, those of us from the previous meeting, 3 hours. Would we take a 2-minute or how about a 5-minute break? So people can use the facilities. So we will suspend the meeting for 5 minutes, and we will be back at, it's almost 8 o'clock. For people watching, that would seem to be fair. Let's say 8 o'clock, we will reconvene. Thank you.
Brian?
Yep. We got 2 minutes. We've only got 650.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi.
It is, I'm seeing it online as well, and it's hard to hear Mark. I don't know if his speaker is close or.
Yeah, his would almost be on the other side. I don't know what it is right there.
Yeah, just FYI.
Speak up a little more.
Actually, Mark is as volume is as loud as anybody. He's on 3 separate mics.
All right. Go ahead and bring it up. Are we good? Okay, and now we will reconvene. It's now 8 o'clock. And so first we're going to have a presentation on the new, an additional instructional model by Randy and his team.
Thank you, Dave. Before I turn it over to members of my administrative team tonight, I just wanted to add a few things into the conversation. First of all, I respect the process that the board follows as far as what goes on with the reconsideration, the policies, procedures that go along with that. Understand the weightiness of this decision. It obviously impacts many, many people, impacts our community, impacts our staff, and can certainly understand that. I know the board needs this or understands this. I just need to reiterate it from perspective of our staff and our team. We do need a decision tonight. We have a lot of work to do. We've started this work. We need to continue it. And we have new staff coming in just a few weeks and the rest of our staff returning soon. So this is a very important piece for us to continue the work that we have begun. I think when I look at the planning pieces that we've done, and I guess to our detriment, we do many things very quietly. We don't promote things that are challenges. We try to take those on and work them through to the best of our ability. We look at logistics, safety. Steve was in a room looking at how quickly we can clean it to see kind of all the logistics of it. We've looked at transportation, costs, and yes, we've spent considerable time thinking about education of our students. Some of that requires us also to then weigh on our staff, who are the experts in the classrooms for delivery of education, for what that looks like. The educational models that we are bringing forward, I think it's very easy to overly simplify. They're very complicated. They have many components to them, and we're taking all of that work with the utmost of seriousness. Regardless of which model we land on, whether it's virtual or in person, education looks different. We have to understand that. I think I've heard people share that around the table here tonight. We all were brought up in a very traditional model of education. It was in person. It was whatever it looked like as we grew up, we saw it with our children. We have to understand that those translate into a different format. Not always bad, but different. And that includes anything that we're talking about here tonight with any of our delivery models to bring kids back. And I need everyone to understand that piece. And as we move forward, we will define that better. But it's like I said, a complicated piece to just give it a few words of description don't do it justice. We also need time. So as we're looking at things here, anything we can do to help us create time to make sure we do this well is appreciated by my team and by our staff. And as we look at staffing, Brian's going to be talking about that in the very near future here. We have concerns under any model, because just as any business has challenges with children and child care, so do our staff. We have 600 staff that we are all trying to care for, meet their needs, and try to move forward with. So regardless of our model, we have to be cognizant of that. Steve, Brian, and I have a meeting tomorrow with the child care provider to have some conversations, and we'll be expanding some of those into the future to see how we can help address families and staff in our community. And then there's financial planning, transportation, and obviously some of the staffing pieces we've talked about. And since we met last, we have taken a bit of a pivot when we knew we were going to be here talking about a different model, the AM/PM model at the elementary level. We did initially look at it, but we didn't drive it forward as one of our models last week because our initial responses from parents were to try to keep models similar. But as you're bringing things forward, it seems like there too is a pivot of wanting to look at, instead of keeping consistency of models between levels, of looking at ways that you can bring students back to the building. And in doing so, at the request, as in preparation for tonight, we did take a look at the AM/PM model, which is what Amy's going to address here tonight. Part of what we are looking at is if that is something that is chosen, that is stuck with at the elementary level. We don't flip-flop between different hybrids. I think that is a piece that we don't feel is in the best interest of our kids or our staff or our community. We respect whatever decision is made here tonight, and we as an administrative team will commit to doing our very best to move it forward. I mean, I think that is part of what we are here for. We are going to do it in as safe a manner as we can, and we're going to bring out the best education that we can for our families and our community. So I realize there's a big decision in front of you again this evening, but I want to give my team a chance to talk to you a little bit about and answer any questions that you may have. So Amy Johnson has been working with our K-6 principals and really vetting out some of the pieces with regards to the AM/PM model, and they've asked her to represent that model for you tonight. And if there are questions, she and the rest of our administrative team would be able to jump in to answer those. When she's completed, I'd ask Steve Summers and Brian Grabarski both to talk about the finances, transportation, and some of the HR implications that I think are good information for you to have as you're making a decision this evening. So Amy, thank you for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So my K-6 principal colleagues and associate principals and I have worked very hard on all of the models that we presented to you last week. And as Randy said, we initially looked at a couple of different hybrid models. There's a week on, week off, there's an AM/PM, there was the 2-day, 3-day. And in consideration of, as Randy said, kind of the continuity for K through 12, putting households in the same purple and white groups. And then also concerns that we had about unknowns about cleaning and busing and food service and some of those things. We kind of put the AM/PM kind of off to the side when we proposed our state models last week. So after the board meeting then last week, we've spent some time digging into that AM/PM model even in more detail. So you have a memo in your packet with some of the highlights. I'll just speak to those instructionally, and then we do have some considerations for cleaning, transportation, staffing that my colleagues will speak to. So, I think the benefit is one that before I came in I heard you all speaking of. It's that we would like to have kids in person, and we feel that our youngest learners would have some challenges in remote learning, and a benefit is having them in person. So that's really the main benefit of this model. We do like it over the 2-day, 3-day model in that we could have more frequent interactions with the students. We wouldn't have that long 5-day break. So in terms of hybrid, it does have some advantages for the younger students. It is only 2 hours and 40 minutes. As we know from 4K, that time goes very quickly. It won't allow for our same length of time for our literacy block, for example, or math block. We'll have quite a bit of transition with staggering starts, health checks, things like that. So I think the time will be pretty short and go pretty quickly. But one additional benefit over the other hybrid models is that we won't have to facilitate the large-scale lunches, and then also the scheduling of recesses, and keeping those kind of spread out in the signs. So that was another benefit over the other hybrid model. As we talked, though, instructionally, the teachers will be with students both in the morning and the afternoon. So on that off time, teachers won't be accessible to the families. So for the morning group, for their afternoon time, we envision that being some of their encore or related arts classes, or maybe some practice from the morning, maybe doing some of their math worksheets or some practice like that, reading, but it wouldn't have any teacher facilitation for that other part of the day. It is important to recognize, and I know some of you have talked about this already, that the in-person structure will not really look like our in-person model that we left in February. The pictures that we showed you last week kind of show that socially distanced classroom. We will have to kind of change our in-person instruction because it will be difficult to do kind of our small group work, our collaborative work that we've done in typical settings. Logistically, to make this work, the principals will need to do a lot of reorganizing of class lists based on creating AM/PM groups for homerooms, ensuring that families complete the online registration and we know their desire for in-person or all remote. So those are some of the instructional challenges that we would face and some of the instructional benefits. There are also significant cleaning considerations, transportation considerations, and then also very significant staffing concern that we have, but my colleagues will speak more to those.
I've asked Amy just to kind of hit the instructional, the high level of the model. And certainly the instructional piece would be on that literacy and numeracy and so math and reading basically in your delivery. And then the AM/PM piece with potentially encores or other type of related instruction taking place on the off time. Are there questions for Amy on the delivery piece of this model, or any questions that you have with regards to it?
Does the teacher provide the encore material and the supplements and the practice for the off hours?
So we would have, the specialist for the encore. That's another word for like related arts. So that would be the art, music, physical education. Those teachers, that instruction would happen in the off times.
Are they also doing it for the virtual students then?
For the fully remote?
Yes.
Yes.
And how would you integrate those?
How would I?
Well, if I'm going to do remote, and I'm also going to do like the PM afternoon kids, how do I do that?
So, it's possible that it would be asynchronous. Perhaps they would record the lesson and then the kids would view it kind of on demand.
Some of the pieces that we have to figure out yet, and it's things that you've already brought up here tonight, as part of the registration. So we've extended that out till Thursday. There are some families who have articulated that they want to see really where we land before they kind of answer that. We also had them fill it out when there was information that it was an all virtual model. So we're trying to really discern if we are in an in-person model coming out of tonight, that parents have the opportunity to really make a decision based off of what they see. And I think once we have that, and then Ryan's going to talk a bit here about staffing, and we see kind of where staffing accommodations would fall, then we would have to determine kind of how we are going to be, how we arrange staff to meet some of the virtual instruction pieces, who are for the kids who are going to be all virtual, along with making sure we group those kids appropriately. And some of that may not necessarily be by, this is just off the top, Judy, it may not be by school. So if you have a number of kids that are second grade all virtual, it may be a kind of a district-wide virtual approach for them, but not necessarily embedded within your neighborhood school. Those are all to be determined once we have the final registration pieces in and we can follow up with parents, and when we can follow up with staff to see how that piece moves forward.
I just want to clarify that the teacher who's doing first grade hybrid is responsible for teaching the morning class and the afternoon class, and is not responsible for the virtual that when they switch off. Am I wrong?
So the way we would envision it is, the families that are opting for all remote, we would have a designated teacher that would do the all remote. So if I am a second grade teacher and I'm in the hybrid model, I would have my morning kids and I would teach the ELA and math, and I would send them home. And then my afternoon kids would come in and I would teach the afternoon kids. So at the opposite time, I wouldn't be able to interact with them, but I certainly could provide them with activities. So perhaps in the morning, I would introduce a problem-solving strategy, and then I would say, in the afternoon, this is the practice page that you can do. Or maybe for an ELA lesson, take your book bag home and read your book. So there would be some independent practice or some guided practice, but I wouldn't be able to interact with them. And then we would also have the related arts, so the art, music, PE, those classes could be in the opposite.
Amy, so if students had to move to remote learning because of an illness, would they move class? Would they just shift over? Would it be seamless that they just shift over to the virtual model while they're out?
Like a single student, like for a quarantine?
Could be a whole class, could be a single.
I guess what I would say, Brian, is if you follow some of Kurt's scenarios, where if you had a quarantine of an entire class, which would quarantine a teacher, I mean, I guess my thought is that teacher and those students are then going to be going remote during the period of that quarantine. Okay.
I would see them as kind of, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Which would include AM and PM then.
Correct.
In this model.
Quite possibly that's true. Yes.
Do we ask you about, or Brian, about the number of rooms, additional rooms, and how that would work for staffing, I guess?
For rooms, we wouldn't need extra classrooms because we'd be splitting the class in half. So unlike some of our other scenarios where we were making the classes 15, the classes are 11 to 13 right now if everyone opted in. So we wouldn't have to have additional classes.
So if it was K2, you would just spread them out in different wings of the school. You wouldn't have all using one wing to keep sanitation down, or would you move students around the whole school to spread them out?
I would have to defer to my principal colleagues on how they plan that out. But we do have, some of the rooms are kind of sized for younger kids, with the lower sinks or things like that. So I don't know how much we would spread out, but that's certainly something if we were only K2.
I think part of it, Brian, is we're also looking at how do you move to if you look at the end of the first quarter, if things remain as they are today, and you move with more of our students coming back in November, they're obviously going to need those spaces. We've also had, as far as the enhanced remote pieces, depending on which levels, if you were going to bring kids back under this model, K2, K4, K6, kind of what your those classrooms could be used by other staff. Mm-hmm. So being able to then distribute people out further probably isn't a possibility here. But it would basically be a piece, and Steve will talk about this, of kind of trying to determine what our cleaning protocols would be within the gap between the morning and the afternoon sections.
Yeah, so we do have information on cleaning and busing and staffing, if you'd like to move on to that aspect.
Okay, any other questions, instructions? All right. Steve, I'm going to ask you to kind of step up next, and we'll bring up there's a memo that you had referenced in our packet, and I'll ask Rebecca to bring that up while you're transitioning.
Good evening. I had a memo included in your board book that covers a variety of different topics. I'm going to start with the financial strategies for school reopening costs. And I would like everybody to think about the couple of topics I'm going to talk about tonight, that they're important topics no matter what approach we take or no matter when we would choose to take them. These are topics we really need to think through. So the first topic is really financial strategies for school reopening costs, and I really started at the top of it with some assumptions that we have to ground our decision making in. To begin with, the financial support from the federal government will be limited. At this point, it would not be in our best interest to assume that a significant investment is coming from the federal government. And as you can see in the first paragraph, I mentioned that our funding from the first major federal stimulus package was $63,000. The $63,000 has to be shared with our two local private schools if they opt in. The governor's emergency cares funding allocation was $0. So as of today, we've received $63,000 from the federal government, and we know we have to share those funds. You've seen conversations taking place about future federal stimulus support. Those dollar amounts are not that different than the one that was already approved that brought us the $63,000. So I think as we think about the lens of finances, do not think about it from the lens of a significant investment is coming from the federal government. Secondly, the state of Wisconsin is faced with solving a significant financial deficit. As I've included in the information, as of early July, the state was $749 million behind the previous fiscal year. Some budget experts have identified the potential deficit at $1.5 million and growing. Now, many state legislators have been waiting to make a decision on the state budget to see what happens from the federal government. So there's been hope in the state of Wisconsin that the federal government is going to provide a package that bolsters state government budgets. Absent of that happening, and again, if you look at what is currently being discussed in the stimulus package that's there right now, that's not going to happen. The dollar amounts are very comparable. The state is going to be required to exercise a budget repair bill. And for the state to look at a budget repair bill, you have to look at where are the largest dollar amounts in the state budget. State equalization aid payments to school districts are a significant portion of the state budget. A budget repair bill will likely include provisions directed towards public schools, likely a reduction in the equalization aid or per pupil categorical aid amounts. The conclusion of this is we need to plan for limited financial support from the federal government and likely reductions in financial support from the state government, all while balancing the resource needs of school reopening plans. Given that, we do have an opportunity to look at financial strategies that is in the decision-making realm of the school board. And I would encourage us to look at those strategies But I'm going to mention for several of them, we are faced with deadlines that are coming very quickly. So the first strategy that I have for your consideration is the most significant dollar amount, and it also has a deadline that's coming up very quickly. So last October, the school board made a decision to have a consistent tax rate with the tax rate that we had the prior year. That allowed the school board to levy additional funds in what's called our debt service fund, which is our fund that we use to pay down debt. Because we levied additional dollars in our debt service fund, we were able to remove future debt from the district's debt service schedule, which was a benefit to all taxpayers in the community. In the 2020-2021 budget, we have budgeted to continue with that practice this October. However, with those funds remaining in Fund 39, they are not available for the district to utilize in the event that there is a state budget reduction or for school reopening costs. One strategy that the board could consider is looking at an operational referendum question that would ask the public to move those funds from Fund 39 to Fund 10. There's a couple advantages to looking at a strategy like that. First of all, in the event if come 6, 8, 10 weeks down the road, we find ourselves in a situation where we have a significant reduction in state resources, we will have that question out there in front of our community to be able to respond to. Number two, moving those funds will then allow us to utilize them for school reopening expenses. The third piece, and this is a piece for the taxpayers, moving the funds will have no impact on the taxpayers in the community. Those funds are already built into the tax levy. We've already levied for them. They are already planned in the budget for 2020-2021. If an operational referendum question were not to pass, those funds should be levied again inside Fund 39, as this source of funds would then not be available in the Fund 10. The other thing to keep in mind with that strategy is it can coincide in the future very nicely with a capital referendum question. Since many of the expenditures related to school reopening are one-time in nature, meaning at some point schools will return to normal operations, those funds in future fiscal years would be able to be directed towards, an example, if a new middle school opened up and you wanted to move those funds to help operate the new middle school. Operational referendum questions can come in two flavors. One is recurring, which is permanent. One is non-recurring. So depending on the way that you would structure the question, if it was structured in a recurring or permanent manner, it could eliminate the need for an operational referendum question later on when you have your capital question. It all depends on what the total dollar amount that as a board you would determine that you would want to go along with a capital referendum question. So keep in mind with strategy number one, this would need to take place in the next couple of weeks. So if we wait 4 weeks and we find out that there's a budget repair bill coming and it's going to impact our district by $1 million, strategy one, it's too late. We would have to implement this strategy likely at a special board meeting on Monday, August 17th. Would be about the timeline that we could pull that off. So just keep in mind, I want to make sure you have that on your radar, that if you wanted to implement something along those lines, we don't have much time. Mark?
So to clarify, for our public, if this did go to referendum, because sometimes that's a uncomfortable word, this would be a referendum that would have zero economic impact this year because we've already levied that amount of money. So strictly a referendum to ask us to switch money that will be collected from one fund to another. Am I correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Instead of in October having those funds, the 2.1, you can see it underneath the number 1, having that included in the debt service fund, we would have those funds available in Fund 10. It provides the board with more options. In Fund 39, the only option we have with those funds is again to go into our debt service schedule to pick debt 10, 11, 12 years down the road and pay it off. That's what we did last fall. It was a great strategy to use last fall. But it's important to keep in mind we could, if the board elected to do so, ask the public to move those funds into Fund 10. In Fund 10, the board has discretion then with what to do with those funds. As opposed to in Fund 39, you don't have that discretion. You have to pay down debt. In either way, the referendums that we were talking about had a Fund 10 and a Fund 39 component. So the operational referendum questions are always Fund 10. The capital questions are always Fund 39. So we would have been asking 2 questions anyways. They would have been including Funds 10 and 39 anyways. What we would be potentially doing now is looking at the Fund 10 portion of that separately from the capital referendum portion of that. This is a strategy that districts use all the time to go to operational referendum questions. In our district, it has been tied consistently to capital questions. We have used operational referendums when we've been opening buildings. But the operational referendum question is certainly not limited to just opening up a building. This could be exercised this November. And from the public perspective, the explanation that we would need to share with the public is this is not going to add to the tax levy, and if it fails, it's not going to subtract from the tax levy. Because in the event that that referendum, the operational referendum were not to pass, I would encourage the board to levy those funds again in Fund 39. So in October, at the end of October, when the board meets to set the budget and tax levy, I would ask the board to approve 2 levies. One, if the operational referendum question passes, it'll look like this. If it doesn't pass, it'll look like this. And the dollar amounts, at the bottom dollar amount, is going to match. It's just a matter of where is that 2.127 million. If it was in Fund 10, you would have significant additional flexibility as a board. Whether you bring students back on September 1st, whether you bring students back in November, or whether you bring them back later in the year, we know there are operating costs that go with bringing students back. This would allow the board, when you so choose, to tap into those funds. It would also allow you, if the question was recurring, to shift those funds into expenses related to a capital referendum that will be coming at a later date. So in effect, we're just asking that question earlier, is what we'd be doing with number 1. Strategy 2 is another strategy that does allow us to come up with a decent dollar amount. This is not a strategy you would implement on a regular basis, but it is a strategy we can look at. We have been very successful in the last decade working with post-employment benefits and moving our district away from an unfunded post-retirement benefit situation to a partially funded post-employment benefit situation. What you can see in strategy 2 is we have an HRA account that now is $4.8 million in it. Those funds are in the names of our staff members who have earned the benefits. We also have a second account, which is called a trust fund account. That account is not in the names of any staff members. That account has $1.7 million in it. So it is within our Employee Benefits Fund 73 Trust Fund. The $1.7 million cannot be moved to Fund 10 to be used for operational expenses. But what we can do is not utilize Fund 10 dollars to pay more into the trust. So what I mean by that is by September 15th, we have to make the payment for last year's retirees and the retirees from the last 3 years who are getting their payments spread out over 4 years. So the HR office calculates that total, and then the business office will take Fund 10 money to pay it into the trust. Using the strategy under number 2, I would not take Fund 10 money to pay into the trust. I would go into the second account that has the $1.7 million. I would withdraw those funds back to the district. I would use those funds to then pay the current year's retiree costs. Why I'm saying this is not a strategy you would use every year is because we've been building up the amount of money in our Fund 73 Trust Fund with a goal of having a fully funded post-employment benefit plan. We are on our way there. We have made significant improvements. The strategy listed under number 2 would be a temporary pause in that goal. It would allow us to take a pause and say, those funds in this time need to be used for school reopening expenses, and we're going to fund the trust from within the trust. We could come up with over $500,000 by using that strategy. So I think that's a very valid strategy in these very challenging times. Dave?
So while we're looking at this, what percentage are we towards being funded on our retirement plan?
So we just switched to a new actuarial firm. They came up with a $587,000 figure. We were at $550,000 roughly before. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly how close we are up to having a fully funded system. As time goes on, so just to kind of play it out common sense wise, every new staff member we hire is fully funded from day one. So we contribute into their HRA account immediately upon hire. Everybody we've hired since 2008 has been on that fully funded system. People who have been hired prior to that date have a combination of being funded currently and also being funded in these payments after they retire. So if you look at the staff turning over in a 30-year period of time, the post-employment benefits will pretty much go away. Because for the last 12 years, everybody who we've been hiring is on a funded system, while those who are retiring are on the old unfunded system. So you can't necessarily put like a year on it because it's based on how quickly do people retire who were on the old plan, because everybody who was on the old plan is not funded. So the unfunded liability would remain as long as we have employees who still remain from the prior era plan that we did not fund while they were working. But every year, we go further and further and further down that path towards full funding. This would just be a pause, is the best way to describe it. Now, if there was an actuary in the room right now, the actuary would say, this isn't the strategy they would recommend because it's going to add 1 or 2 years to having total funding available. It's on the list because as board members, one of your key roles is determining resource allocation, and you can do this. So 2 is on the table because you can do it. You can direct me to revise the budget and pay this year's retirement benefits from within the trust fund instead of funding it from within the operational funds.
Isn't often unfunded liabilities part of calculating your bond rating? It usually seems to be a factor that's listed, correct?
It is a factor that's listed, yes.
Have we ever had it as a negative on our rating?
Ours is not a negative because we addressed it.
Okay.
Some districts addressed it by just eliminating the retirement benefit. Others continue in the pay-as-you-go model. There are a little over 100 districts in Wisconsin who have Fund 73s. So we're in the same, well, I would say, situation as maybe 100 other districts that are choosing to fund retirement benefits through a Fund 73. Most all of those districts are trying to fund it over time like we are. And those are districts that chose not to, in general, chose not to get rid of those post-employment benefits. So again, it's not a strategy you would see me recommend on an annual basis, but it is a strategy we have available to us for a short period of time. Number three was really directed by a decision made by the Budget Committee. So the Budget Committee this spring, taking a look at school closures, came up with a recommendation to have buildings and departments return funds from their carryover to the district to help with school reopening costs. The Budget Committee's recommendation was not to require turning back every dollar that buildings and departments had, but a blend between transportation costs, events that didn't take place in the buildings, and to allow them to still continue to have a carryover balance if they had been working towards goals in those buildings and departments. That total, I'm about to be done with calculating that because I have to have that for the auditors for next Monday, is going to be between $300,000 and $350,000. So those again are funds that are going to be freed up for district use. So currently, when you look at our district's fund balance, those funds are reserved for use by buildings and departments. Those funds will be freeing up, so to speak, for the district to utilize. I know that sounds a little strange because all of the dollars are really district dollars, but the way we've looked at it is that buildings and departments have the ability to carry over funds from one year to the next, and we honor that by putting it into a special fund balance account, saying these dollars are in reserve for buildings and departments. This year, we're going to be pulling over $300,000 out to be available to the district. That was based on the Budget Committee's recommendation. Number 4, we always have the opportunity to reallocate funds within the current year's budget. I went over some of these strategies at the last Budget Committee meeting. Of course, the largest available source in our district of unutilized funds to date is salary and benefit increases. Why is that the case? The decision has been held off until October or November. The Budget Committee is not recommending reallocation of salary and benefit increases at this time. The goal of the budget committee has been to keep those funds in the budget earmarked for salary and benefit increases as we have in recent years in October, November. Other options include the district's contingency budget of $100,000. Line items like copy equipment, we've typically purchased around $60,000 annually of copy equipment. We've not purchased that this year. Those funds can be reallocated. And other reallocations which are always possible for us to look at. So keep in mind, the current year budget still has the potential for reallocations. Number 5, increase student fees. This idea came from a parent. So we had a parent watch the meeting last Monday night, reached out and said, hey, we want to help with costs like hand sanitizer and wipes, but instead of us all just bringing in like every product under the sun, can't you buy it and add an additional fee up front to let us contribute towards these added costs with school reopenings? I responded back to her and said, great idea, I'm going to bring that up. So I'm not going to claim that number 5 was mine. Number 5 came from a parent and it's on the list. I thought it was a very good idea. So we could approve an additional student fee that I would suggest would be for 2020, 2021 only, for individual use supplies for students for hand sanitizers, wipes, and anything else that we want to provide to students. The other option, again, as we talked about last Monday, was the potential of having parents participate in this process by providing these supplies for us. Number 6, utilize Fund 10 fund balance funds. We have about $5.4 million as of the end of our last fiscal year. Those funds are available to the board to choose to allocate, but there's 2 concerns with this strategy. Number 1, we have to cash flow borrow right now. So if the board used $1 million from our fund balance, I'm going to have to borrow $1 million more to pay our bills. So the more you use the fund balance, the more we have to borrow. Secondly, last May, Moody's bond rating took a look at our district's overall bond rating and applied a negative outlook to our bond rating. The reason why they did that is our Fund 10 fund balance is below the school board policy goal of 15%. It's below 15% because we've been implementing a 3-year plan to move funds from Fund 10 to Fund 41, which is our capital maintenance account. So the strategy number 6 is available. Just know the side effects of number 6 include increased borrowing and an increased likelihood our bond rating is going to go down a notch. Dave?
Didn't we talk before, though, that we needed to change our policy so that the Fund 41 balance counted in our overall school balance?
We did talk about that, and that is one possible way to counter B, is to try to show to those evaluating our finances that we've implemented a Fund 41 on purpose. However, of course, the discussion we had prior to this meeting of the facility committee might result in us spending down a portion of that fund balance in Fund 41. So it's just important to know that the fund balance discussion does have implications. In fact, all of these have implications one way or another, but I'd like to just take a moment and just ask any questions and get your feedback, and specifically on numbers 1 and 2. Number 1 would require direction. There doesn't need to be a vote on number 1 tonight, but we have to know if you have any interest at all in doing number 1, because we're going to run out of time quick. If there's no interest in doing number one because you think it would be challenging to explain, or you would prefer our past practice of connecting operational referendums with capital referendums, then we will not pursue that. But I wanted to make sure you could see that rather than in a couple of weeks when it's too late say, I wish we would have talked about this.
Yes. Steve, can you just reiterate what the timeline is? I know you worked with Quarles and Brady, I believe, just to kind of outline what that would be.
The official date is Monday, August 24th, but that's not recommended. So the Monday before that would be Monday, August 17th, which would allow us to let our municipal partners know we're doing this, because they're the ones that have to go print the ballots. So technically, the 17th wouldn't be the last date, but we would prefer that to be the last date to consider that.
So Steve.
Hey, Steve, I guess over a question to the board, if we go totally virtual, and then the vote on bringing back or in person, what have you calculated as the cost to do that versus going virtual? I think we can go through all these options and we can say, yeah, this is great and that's not. But what is the cost differential between going in person and virtual? That is going to drive the decision on which one of these options that you're going to want to pursue.
Right, that's an excellent point, Jack, and it all depends on what educational delivery model would be looked at and when. As you looked at, obviously, the list of options last Monday and spent a significant amount of time looking at them, there were options that have more significant financial impacts, and there were options that are closer aligned to our current level of budgeting for both finances and HR. If the board wants to look at options that are more closely aligned to our current financial situation, then you may not feel that option number one is one that you would need to implement. However, if you were interested in some of the models that had much higher financial investments tied to them, you may want to look at number one. The challenge is the timing. You can't wait to the September board meeting and then say, we really like option B1, and you go look at the investment that it would take to do B1, and then say, well, I wish I would have known back in August, if we would have done that this would have been an option. So,
yeah, Steve, I appreciate you throwing all these options out, and I appreciate the descriptive narrative, and I think you're doing a good job guiding the board. But if we don't, now we can sit here right now and say that's a great option, and let's do this. But then when we sit down and talk about the education model of we're going to go virtual, and that could be the case. What is that specific dollar amount that we need to go virtual? And we'll know if it's going to be K2, K4, K6, because we haven't had that discussion. So, without that discussion, how do we make a decision on which option do we want to do?
Steve, if I could interject for a second. It would seem to me this discussion on this first part is something we should be entertaining next week when we do know where we're going. And it's something we've got time, we can question Steve in between if we have questions on these items. I would suggest that would be the perfect time for that portions to allow us to get more to the specific questions Jack has about the model, what's the specific cost to the model that we're looking at, perhaps if it's the new one or the one we've already pre-approved.
The only thing I'll add is I think Jack's trying to move us along, and I appreciate that. The main thing I think that I'll get to is The one option that I don't even want to go towards because we don't want to touch it is on the next page. And that's the one that I've heard the most about people in the community wanting us to consider. So I would rather we talk about, no, don't even scroll to it. I don't even want to see it. Sections, 1 and 2 are ones that are not, I think, negatively affecting staff. So those are the ones we should focus on. I'm in support of dealing with those up from the get-go. So if you need some support, I'm happy to express support for those first ones.
I think, I guess in my view, we have said we're going to go hybrid at the end of the quarter.
Yep.
There is no way we can, I don't feel good doing hybrid if we don't do the air cleaning systems. They're out there. We already know that they're in the $800,000 plus range. We don't have the money for that without knocking our reserves almost out of existence. And if we do that, we're going to get a big negative bond rating, which just means if we do build a middle school, it's going to be a lot more expensive. I don't see why we don't do number 1. There is no impact to the taxpayer. It's going to be tough to message because some people will always say a referendum means I'm going to spend more money. No, it doesn't. All we're doing is taking money from capital projects, paying off capital loans from capital projects. Instead of paying off the loan a little faster, we're going to take the money and use it to reopen the school, which is buying the air conditioning system, the air treatment system to help make the school safer. So I think we can do that. And if the referendum fails, then we just do what we were going to do before. It would be great if it passed, but who knows? So I think you need at least a direction to get that darn thing drafted, because you've only got 2 weeks to get it drafted, right?
Yeah, the other challenge with this one is with Rebecca's deadline to get it in the paper, we would have to know by this Friday to get it in the paper for the 17th. So what I would suggest is when we get done with the conversation tonight, if you want to schedule a special meeting for Monday, August 17th, I will know why you want to do that, and we can proceed.
I would, one of the concerns that I've got as we go through this, we're going to make a decision at 1:30 in the morning again on what educational model that we're going to go. I appreciate all this information, but I think what we've got to do is really, the crux of this meeting was to understand the educational model as well as what are we going to do with co-curricular. And the longer we go, we're heading towards a midnight decision on these things again.
And I can appreciate that, Jack. This is Randy. I just want to jump in. Part of the reason we wanted to bring that back, and we'll move us along right here, is that there was a question at the last meeting of where do you find the dollars? So that was a piece that as we were moving forward that Steve wanted to do a little deeper dive in, and there's some of these that do have implications for timing. So I think that the strategy we just talked about is if we want to consider this, there are some things we need to at least the board's direction on tonight. I mean, and then the other ones are just to show you kind of where we would need to go and what some of the options are. So that was really the intent and the purpose of that. But they're complicated, so I apologize. It took us some time here, but there's a lot of pieces that are moving here.
Yeah, but I think we've got a lot, we've probably got 600 parents out there, or community members, that are trying to figure out what's happening. And if we need to make a decision on number 1, I'm here that we can make that decision on August 17th. The other options in here, we can make those at the August 10th meeting.
Yeah, and I don't think we need a decision on any of them tonight, other than if we want to consider number 1, we have to set a special board meeting. So what we can do is move on from here and take a look, and Steve, if you can just touch on the transportation and the building cleaning, which are directly related to the pieces that Amy was presenting on the educational model.
Perhaps we could circle back to one if we need to do that at the end of the meeting.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Randy. So on transportation, a couple of points to make. With the motion that the board approved last Monday night, we were going to operate a transportation system. So the 4K program was going to be in person. So we provide transportation for 4K. There are 4, let's say, routes that would take place no matter what. That's the 2 4K in the morning, from, the afternoon to, and the from. We have an obligation under Wisconsin state law to provide transportation to private schools in our community. With Madison Country Day School, we provide that through a parent-paid contract. With St. John students, we provide that by Lamers Transportation. So because we were already going to be providing transportation with 4K, it makes sense to not have parent contracts for St. John students, but instead continue with them being bused through Lamers. We also were going to have, with the model that was approved last Monday, ELL students, special ed students, and other students into the buildings. That transportation system would provide a backbone for other students to be able to hop on or off of those buses. So keep in mind that we are going to be operating a transportation system even if we don't change anything tonight. So then the question would be, what if we do an AM/PM model at the elementary school? Well, what does that look like? Well, because we already have that transportation system running for 4K students and St. John students, it is a natural connection to have whatever students that you might decide tonight to come back into the buildings to go with those routes as well. That would result in the roughly 2.5 hour type time frame that Amy was mentioning earlier. So in effect, the students that would be in the AM/PM model would be looking at a 4K-like schedule and would be able to be transported in that system. The second piece that connects with that is the cleaning in between the AM and the PM. We have to have enough time to properly clean classrooms that are being shared. So it's a different dynamic than the purple-white day, because you're having a student use a space in the morning and a different student use that same space in the afternoon. So the time that we would have in between the 4K type timeline would allow staff to clean the facility. Now you have to keep in mind there is a big difference between deep cleaning, when you hear the term deep cleaning, and daily cleaning. So you probably have heard districts in Wisconsin implement models already that include a deep cleaning day. That involves chemical cleaning systems that we talked about with the facility committee earlier tonight, where we need to make that investment in the capital equipment to make that work. You can also utilize that type of equipment to do as much cleaning as you can in between AM and PM sessions. Our ability to clean is directly connected to the amount of people we have available to do it. So if we, as an example, have a system in place where kids are in the buildings in grades K through 4, but they're not in grades 5 through 12, we are going to change the schedules from the custodians who work in the buildings for 5 through 12, and we're moving them to the elementary schools. We won't have a second shift or a shift that occurs at the end of the day. We will have to move them to have a schedule that lines up with the ability to clean the elementary classrooms as soon as the students in the AM leave, and as well as when the students in the PM leave. So the daily cleaning has to occur twice. How do we pull that off? We pull that off by moving our staff. We have to move them from other buildings down to the elementary buildings. We have to change the plan from them working second shift to them more working when kids are in the buildings. Can we do that? Yes. But you have to be willing to know, or you have to be willing to change people's schedules and move them from one building to another. If we have your discretion to change schedules and move people from one building to another, we can accomplish both the deep cleaning and the daily cleaning. But we will need access to more staff than what we traditionally have currently for custodial staff in a single building. We could not get it done with what we currently have in a school. We can get it done if we have access to more staff in other buildings. The other piece that we might have to look at is positions that typically have not been involved in the cleaning process. We likely will need to ask them to help. Examples of that might be a paraeducator position that is currently employed for 7 hours a day. There's now going to be that gap in the middle between AM and PM. They will have their opportunity for their duty-free lunch, but we will probably need them for 45 minutes as well to help with some of the classrooms. So as long as the board is willing to allow administration to move staff from building to building as we need to, and move staff from potentially one employment classification to another, we do have the ability to do the cleaning that would be required between an AM and PM shift.
What is lost in the building you're taking your custodial people from?
The main question is how many students might be in or not going to be in that building. Hypothetically, if you have a building as large as the high school, and it's going to just depend on how many rooms are having students actually come into them. So you would have to pull people from the high school down to the elementary schools, and then the question would be, what services do you need still at the high school? Another strategy that we will have to implement is going to be required overtime. The one thing we know is we can't put a posting out and just find 5 custodians in 4 weeks. That's not going to happen. So we will have to have our staff be willing to work additional hours, work in buildings they normally don't work in, and work in shifts that they normally don't work in. It would take those strategies to get it done, but it can be done. We just would have to do it in a creative manner. We can't go into something like this and say, at Prairie, we're going to take the custodial staff that's normally there and we're just going to make it work. That's not possible. So we'd have to go into it and acknowledge that's not possible and then move people to make it work.
If you said though that we're not going to switch from AM, PM when everyone else goes hybrid. Is that true?
True.
So then the custodians that you've taken to do the AM, PM, much more cleaning, then you'll have to hire more to make up when the rest of the community comes back.
Right, the good news is that gives us time, right? It gives us more time to try to find the help that we would need. It would give us more time to implement additional strategies. But yes, the more kids that are in and the more buildings that are being used, the more the challenges become in cleaning. In fact, we had a board member bring up the concept of looking at a Clean Mark or some other organization. We're likely going to have to do that. We're likely going to have to look at a wide variety of strategies to clean our buildings. To begin with, if we have the ability to move people around, we can accomplish it, but we just have to understand that it's not going to be what is normally occurring at an elementary school. The spaces have to be cleaned twice, and we have to have the staff time to do it. We have to be able to move people who are in a paraeducator role and say, we need you between this time and this time to wipe off the desks in the kindergarten classrooms.
So before this model came up, this AM, PM, we weren't thinking in that direction. We were thinking hybrid, 2 days on, 2 days off, K through 12. So now we've thrown in the AM, PM, and that's going to be in our K through 6 At the same time, the hybrid in the high school is going to be Monday, 2 days on, 2 days off. Is that right?
I think the key to think about with the AM, PM, one major variant is the classrooms have to be cleaned twice. You just cannot have a group of students go in and out and sit in the same desks as the students before and not clean them. So that is a major variant. Now, what type of cleaning? Now, when you start thinking 7-12, you're going to have students using desks and they're going to be changing every block. It is not possible to get a custodian into every single room in a building of that size. So when I use the term student-assisted cleaning, as we bring students back eventually in the older grades, they are going to have to do what Amy just did before I sat here. The students are going to, this is going to have to be available in every room, and they're going to have to clean their area. The student coming in is going to have to clean their area, because it would be physically impossible to go into a building of that size in between every block of hour and do anything other than that.
Steve, do you foresee us blocking off certain parts of the school to bring back a sort of a question again to limit or to focus our cleaning in certain rooms and not so much other ones? If we do that?
In a building the size of the high school, obviously we're going, if high school is starting off virtual, we are going to have some students in the enhanced remote. The fewer spaces those students would be in, the better it would be for us to pull the staff from the high school down to the elementaries to help them. As opposed to them being in every room or every space in the high school, because then now you're also cleaning the high school.
Yeah, I was more thinking about elementary. I mean, Phi Ed class, would we be not having how large a gym is to clean? Would we not be having kids use the gymnasium for any, or implements or anything like that that may have come along with that?
Right, so I mean, you're bringing up a great point. So one of the challenges in what I described is our community really likes to use our buildings. They like to use them after hours, and the custodial staff that I just referenced needing to move during the day to help are the ones that help those groups come in at night and do what they're doing. That's a piece we'd have to discuss, because we're moving everybody to when students are there.
Well, actually, haven't we already kind of decided if our building isn't open for our students, it's not open for other groups, right?
Did we decide that up to a certain time?
We reevaluated in September.
And we are going to have Brian come up and just share some information with you about the HR perspective.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Brian does not have anything in board book tonight. This was really a conversation that we wanted to make sure we added him in here, because that was part of our conversation over the last couple days as we've kind of put some of these pieces together. So Brian, go ahead.
Thanks, Randy. And so I guess really kind of what I'm here for, and part of what got me inserted into the agenda here is I feel like we need to share some of the information we started to gather from staff about returning, and know that, and let you know that some of the decisions that you all are facing again this evening, we need to, I think, offer or have some potential solutions to issues that have come up with them. And so what I did following last Monday's board meeting is about noon on Tuesday, sent out a communication to all of our employees, about 600, shared with them the decision, shared with them safety measures that we were planning on taking, shared with them some general HR information regarding the FFCRA leave, the Families First Corona Response Act leaves, requests for accommodations via ADA, and information about FMLA. And then asked them to connect with me if they felt like one of those HR-related leaves applied to them, but then also indicate with an initial deadline of tomorrow whether they would be returning to work in the fall. Numerous communications and hours of communications really went into that until about the afternoon on Thursday. Once word had gotten out that the board was potentially reconsidering the motion, it got to the point where there were so many questions that couldn't be answered that we made a decision that we wouldn't be asking employees to make a decision about returning in the fall until this was resolved. I did ask that employees continue to communicate with me about the HR situations of leaves that could pertain, accommodations that could pertain to them. So those conversations did continue. But what really became very evident was that the number one question that staff have expressed was related to childcare. And this is a decision that goes beyond the decision that was going to be made here in our district, because we have to recognize that, like we talked about, about half of our staff do not live in our community, and the schools in which their children go to have made a decision to go virtual. And that means that they are in a position where they have children that are going to be at their home, and they have a potential decision coming from our district about what we are expecting them to be doing and where we're expecting them to be doing it at. And so what some of that preliminary information came to us was I have right now 27 staff members that have indicated that childcare is leading them to make the choice that they will be asking for the FFCRA leave. And a quick reminder about that's the federal act. It's guaranteed. It is a paid leave. Staff receive $200 a day, a maximum of $200 a day, which for our teaching staff, which is the vast majority of folks that I heard from, 25 out of 27, that they're going to get to the cap. All of our full-time teachers make more than $200 a day, so they would receive $200 a day. And we then are in a position where we would need to hire a substitute to fill that position, a long-term substitute. I will step away from the availability of those substitutes to say at this point that what we can say definitively is that the cost of every person that takes this leave would be a total of $24,247.50. $12,000 of that is going to be the teacher's salary, and I'm going to speak generally about teachers here because that's, again, the majority of folks that I have. And the other $12,247 is what we would pay a substitute during that period of time. The first 10 days, they get $120 a day. The 11th and subsequent day, they get their daily rate increases to $220.95.
That amount, though, if the teacher were teaching, we'd be paying them the amount anyway.
We would be paying.
So our increased cost is really $12,000, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. I would say, Dave, that the salary of the teacher is going to determine what our increase is. Higher paid teachers, that difference is going to be less. Very broad generalization. Our younger teachers tend to be the ones that have child care needs, and so our younger teachers tend to have a salary that would be closer to that cap, but still exceeding.
So the family leave thing you're talking about is the one that was part of the first COVID bill, right?
Correct, yes.
But, I mean, my employer, we were told that if you have more than 100 employees, it doesn't apply to you.
For private employers, there's a Actually, there's a small, if you're less than 50 or greater than 500, that's absolutely the case.
Right.
As a public employer, irregardless of our size, we are.
Okay.
We have to
I've had a
provide.
lot of public questions about that, about why
Yeah.
we're even worried about it.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
so
because we're public, not private.
we have to, and it is a guaranteed. So what I would preface some of my ideas here with is that we're going to one way or the other, we're going to pay at least part of that teacher's salary. And the best case scenario would be to try instructionally, and I would try to kind of relate what Steve had talked about and what Amy had talked about. Our best case instructional strategy is to try to keep our teachers, that we've hired, that we've trained, that we've developed within our system, engaged with our students to the greatest degree we can. Yes.
Brian?
Hey, Brian, I've got a question. You said 27 teachers are going to take the family and medical leave. Whether we go virtual or not, I would assume that they would take that.
And that's a great point, Jack. And actually, I probably forgot to say it. Regardless of what particular model we end up in, this is going to, because of some of our staff not being here, or even some that are here, it is an implication. The more we have teachers called into work because they're with kids, the more that they're going to be unable to do anything to support their own children. And the more that we would be in a virtual model, but if we're asking staff to work within our buildings, that makes them unavailable as well. And so there's really, what I am offering is really kind of, I think, a two-pronged approach to try to address and try to keep our staff, try to dissuade them from wanting to take the financial hit of the FFCRA, but also try to make them keep engaged with our students. And I would say there would be kind of two ways that we're looking to do that. One would be to add, we, at last meeting, the board talked about being willing to extend modifications to employees that live with a vulnerable family member. And so just for some initial data, right now I've had 9 staff members who have reached out to initiate conversations about accommodations for their own medical conditions. I've had 8 staff members that have reached out to me to have conversations about a vulnerable family member. What I would propose is that the board would allow us to consider, if possible, if their job is in a position that can be done virtually, that we would consider allowing our staff to, if they have school-aged or younger children, to work, potentially explore if they can work virtually from home within the model. But I would also add to that if we're going to potentially be paying folks to not work and a sub to replace them, that we would explore that what Randy and I believe Steve also mentioned, is working with the Wisconsin Youth Company to see if we can find an employer-provided spots within the healthcare for our employees that have school-aged children, so that they could, again, have their kids there and still be working for us if we need them in person. And so that, again...
So Brian, Brian, one of the questions I've got is, it's great that we support our teachers and so forth, and I think our teachers are a great teaching staff, but what do we do with parents that don't have that option?
I think that I would draw the comparison to it, and I think I heard people make public comments about that, about the, schools are essential. I would draw a parallel to what our community is asking, is they want their children to receive the best education they can from our teachers. If we want to have, and we have to recognize that our teachers have families and responsibilities outside. If we want to try to clear the way for them to do the best they can for our students, we need to find a way to keep them in the classroom, and this would be one way we could do that. I do not at all dispute that families in the community are also seeking out childcare and finding it challenging. But this is one way that we can actually deliver what the community is asking, which is our teachers in the room doing the best by our kids.
And I would just add into that from a childcare perspective, I think one of the things that I have an interest in looking into further is how do we expand childcare opportunities in the community? Start to see what opportunities we have for spaces and what groups could be able to provide that. And those are kind of some of the work that we would have moving forward, but I think we needed to plant that discussion here tonight.
And will that be taxpayer funded care or
It would
opportunities?
Yeah, that was the idea that I would be proposing, and that instead of us paying substitutes, we would potentially be, that was the purpose of our scheduled meeting tomorrow, is to start to explore the possibility and costs associated to providing it to our childcare, to our employees.
Yeah,
and it's for school-age children only.
I've got two pieces with our meeting tomorrow, Jack. One is to look at what's the capacity we have, what's the capacity they have to expand, and what are the costs of these for if we were to help provide it as a district, or if there was kind of a pay-for-use type of approach. We could bring that piece back to you at a future meeting for you to consider. But I think that the impetus of tonight is we do have childcare needs within our models, and particularly ones that we're talking about here tonight.
This is the 12-week program, correct?
Correct. This is 12 weeks.
And once they start, they can't start and stop. It's
correct.
They use it all or once or?
Well, they can start it. Well, technically, if it is continuous blocks of time, yes, they can start and stop it, but they cannot exceed 60 days. What we have talked about is not doing an intermittent leave, which would be 2 days this week, 1 day that week. It's a start and stop, but it is like it is an FMLA leave, which means you are entitled to up to 60 days. And so that can be days 1 through 60 consecutively, work days, or it could be days 1 through 25, and then maybe something else happens farther down the line and we're in a different situation.
Do we pay long-term subs differently than the?
We do. A long-term sub is a certified teacher to start with, and so to take one step back, substitutes have one of two kinds of licenses. They either have a 3-year substitute license, which is given to anyone that has earned at least an associate degree or higher, but it is not teacher preparation program. Or they have a 5-year substitute degree, which means that they have been trained in a teacher preparation program. Only substitutes with a 5-year license, so in other words, they're capable of being licensed fully as a regular teacher, can take a long-term sub position. I briefly alluded to it when I said I'm going to try to not talk about availability. This is a long-term sub position. In essence, you're looking for someone certified in the area that they are replacing, which has, in many regards, some of its own challenges. But we do pay those folks differently because of the duration and because of the fact that, in general, when you're talking about a long-term sub, they are really assuming control of the classroom. They are lesson planning. They are grading. They are communicating with parents. They are doing all those things versus someone that is substituting on a daily basis. Often they're being given the plans, and they're following someone else's lead. I mean, they're delivering, which is important, but the level of what you're asking someone to do in a long-term position is much greater than a short-term. So,
thanks.
Brian, just a quick question. So this FFCRA leave actually expires at the end of the year, correct?
December 31st, correct.
So, in essence, if we have, let's say you start hybrid November 3rd or 4th anyway, aren't we just kind of kicking the can down the road for a bunch of staff doing that come November if they don't need it until then?
That's absolute. That could be the situation. I think that's part of the reason why, Mike, I would say looking at something potentially more stable.
Sure.
Of employer-provided childcare is more stable. And it also, and then there's a flip side to that. Folks could start with the leave and see what the situation is, and if the situation hasn't changed, they could leave employment at the end of that leave too. And so this is, again, with the whole idea of trying to keep people with us in front of our kids.
Thank you.
So wouldn't it be an option just to have the teachers bring their kid to class with them while they're teaching the program? Then we don't have these external programs that we've got to pull together.
That is an option as well, Jack. I would say that a challenge to that is, you could be bringing children that are a different age than the group than the class that they're in to start with, and I would also say I think that could be a greater challenge for a teacher to try to stay engaged closely with their kids in their room, and to also, depending on the age and dynamics of their child, to try to keep them engaged. I don't know what a better word would be.
I also believe, Jack, that DeForest talked about this when they went virtual in their decision. They brought it up and the staff started to expect it, and they are now kind of rolling it back because of liability issues. It could be, we could be exposing ourselves to a different liability problem.
Yeah, I'm not exactly
Understood.
I'm not exactly certain on what's happening in DeForest. I know that there are some conversations happening in that realm or what the rationale is, but there are districts that have started and wanting to try, have now ebbed to another. Okay.
I agree. We need to have our teachers focused if they're in our buildings. And having a child there may not provide this kind of focus. But again, looking at our parents, they're in the same situation that our teachers are.
Yep. I understand. I guess from our perspective, we'd like to continue to investigate this and bring this back to the board for at least to bring back some of the options that we are looking at. And by Friday, we're hoping to have some input from where our staff are, given the decisions we make tonight. Does that seem fair, Brian?
Right.
Is there anything you need tonight from the board as far as a direction? Or can some of this be something we package and bring back next Monday to them?
I think we can do that. I think it will be challenging for me to get a definitive answer from staff about return or leave without being able to tell them definitively we are or not potentially going to provide childcare. And I think that the other part of the equation, I think, is something that we could explore. But it will be hard for me, because I know, the conversations that I've had with staff, this is, 27 have gone to say this is where I'm at. I've had many more conversations than that, but folks have said, I'm trying to find a different way or trying, and so it will be hard for me to have, it's a chicken and egg problem. It'll be hard for me to get a definitive answer without a definitive plan, and it's hard for us to make a definitive plan without a definitive answer. And so I realize that chasing is a struggle.
And that's
as an employer, I just think we owe our employees as much resource as we can to help them be the best they can if we're asking them to work. And so I think we need to empower you with the flexibility to do that and the creativity, and quite frankly, flexibility and creativity is going to have to be a buzzword for the entire year with the unforeseen. And so I think with regard to this, do you want a decision tonight with the childcare, or can we make that decision Monday night? Because you're not going to have the numbers definitively anyways until you get the feedback from the staff based on tonight's decision. I assume you're going to put a deadline sometime mid next week, aren't you?
That's part of what my thought on that was. It depended how closely the decision tonight aligned with where we had been. I think it does. If we're talking about making a decision on Monday night about the potential employer-provided childcare, I think I can get right up to the finish line with staff and have the question of, if we do, well, what will you do? And have a pretty good answer at that point. But I will quantify two things that are unknown at this point. I do not have a clear indication of staff resignations. And I do not, and again, even if staff say, we're going to do this, or if you provide this, we will do, the employee does have the option to elect to take this leave with minimal notice to us. And so that is the right that's afforded to them through the Act. And so I think part of it is preventative on our side. Part of my goal going into tomorrow's meeting is to find options that we're not front paying the cash to these options. It would be a pay as we would use, something along those lines to try to financially protect us, protect the district as best we can. We don't want to spend money on a solution that no one's going to use.
So at this point, if they didn't feel comfortable coming in the classroom or teach, they could take this leave to give them some time,
if
or
they have
resign.
Kids. If they have children, they're eligible to take.
Right.
And their children's school is not available, they would be eligible for this leave. If they personally do not feel comfortable, that would not, in and of itself, give them an opportunity to access this.
Right, but they could either resign with no chance of coming back next year, or they have to go through the hiring process again, but.
Correct.
Okay, there's no other option.
At this time.
At this time.
At this time, there's not.
Yeah.
Does it feel like we should be making some decisions so all these other things don't have to happen? It just seems like we should, I would like to go back to it, virtual for another till the quarter ends, and then we go into a hybrid that's the same from K through 12. I think you're just juggling everything, and you're just bringing in more. Teachers don't know where to go. You don't know how to get out and hire other people because you're not sure what's going to happen, where the custodians are going to be. We just seem to be piling on more things when we come up with more options.
With all due respect, that's going to happen in November anyways. We've already said that we plan on opening the second quarter. All these same realities are going to have to be faced at that time, and then we're going to have other realities based upon the health conditions going forward. And I really don't, my concern is that we don't put what we can't in front of what we can. And we're going to have to do it sometime. And so if we start now, it actually, I would suggest, makes us more prepared as we open more full-fledged, as we hope to, the second quarter.
Are you still in favor of morning and afternoon?
We haven't discussed that yet. We're talking about what are the costs. But yes, I am, regardless of what I've heard tonight. I think we have to provide, no matter what model we do, these are going to be the same issues, and they're going to continue to shift based upon the uncontrollable issues of family situations. The need for this, the need for that is going to happen if we have to close down a classroom. But I really would hate to say we're not going to do this because of the fear of what might happen, or a fear of what we might not be able to do when we haven't tried it yet. And I think that's what I have heard from the community as well. We're supposed to be creative, capable of doing something. Businesses have done some things, and you know, the point we made earlier tonight, This is the hugest business in the county, well, in our local region. There's not an employer that has 5,000 moving pieces like we do. But with the pieces they've come up with a plan. Oh, that's not working, we gotta change. Oh, that's not working, we gotta change. And our business is education and taking care of our kids. And so to say we can't because we're not gonna try, to me, bothers me.
Right?
I just have, I guess, a point of information. It's a two-pronged question. First, Randy, do you have anyone else after Brian to present?
No, he's the last one.
Okay, and then my second question is Mark's motion for K through 12 virtual still what's on the table?
That is what on the table, because it's a
Yes.
rescinding motion, so you're bringing back the original motion. It sits on the table.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend Mark's motion.
And your amendment is?
To go the enhanced remote model 5 through 12.
So what's K through 4?
Well, that would be the second question.
Okay, so your motion is to change the K to 12 enhanced remote to 5 to 12 enhanced remote.
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't say what K4 will be at that point. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, so there's an amendment. We will now debate the amendment, which is just changing from K to 12 to make it say 5 to 12 will be enhanced remote.
Which allows us to do K
Something else will have to be
separately.
decided on K to 4.
But it could be the same.
It could be the
It could
same.
be the same.
Sure.
Is there discussion on this? All those in favor of 5 to 12 enhanced remote, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no. Well, we're unanimous on 5 to 12 will be enhanced remote. Is there a motion for the, yes?
I can't offer a motion, but if I,
No, you can't.
if I could just
Why
ask.
not?
I do know that we were talking about prolonging the child care decision until I can provide some more information. Does the board feel like they can provide some guidance to include latitude to explore with employees if they are working virtually and have school age or younger children, that we can see if we can modify their work to include working remotely?
Well, don't you already have that ability with the motion we made on last week on teleconference?
Last week we extended it to folks that live with a vulnerable family member and those that are.
So it didn't include childcare?
Did not include childcare as a part of that.
I guess I just have to raise a point of order. I don't think that's noticed for to discuss that.
To discuss that policy?
No.
Correct.
I mean,
we couldn't
it's
change
a really
the
good
policy.
point. It's a good point, I think, but.
We can't change the policy.
Okay.
His question about whether we can deal with childcare for staff.
Even if we could have those conversations and finalize it next week.
Well, there's no reason not to have a conversation.
And let's have
You also have to give us a
exploration.
cost, we gotta figure that, but we won't have made a decision.
That was the
so it doesn't
remote
have to
question.
happen.
That wasn't creating a child care setting. That was about, you're in enhanced remote for 5 to 12. That's what you just voted on. So if you have somebody within that capacity who, i.e. lives in Madison, has a child at home, are we amenable to an accommodation being just as we would for other reasons under that policy, allow Brian to work with that person, potentially to be able to work remotely or work from home. Otherwise, they're taking the 14-week leave or the 12-week leave.
And I think that's an incredibly important question, and I think we've heard a lot of support for being flexible with staff, but my concern is it's not noticed.
I understand.
So I would suggest that Brian put the data together and make sure at next month's meeting, appropriate data would probably get the board to appropriately decide.
Brian, within that concept that we just talked about, the potential to accommodate at home, is that what the understanding again, that if it's not functioning effectively in the classroom, that we're within our rights to change that?
That would be how I would envision those work scenarios that are not tied to someone's medical condition are in the control of the employer, and that would certainly be circumstances I think that we'd bring it back.
Okay, so we basically have made a decision on grades 5 through 12. Is there a motion for grades K through 4?
I'll make the motion that we adopt what I was originally going to call the ensign model, because I think it was originally Joan's idea that she had mentioned as an aside last week, but what I think Mark has raised, and I think the number on it was, or the letter on it was E2.
E2.
That we adopt E2 for K-4.
Is there a second? There is a second. So it is now open for discussion, and I'll take one point of privilege to say I've been informed that the E Academy has K through 12 virtual programs, which takes me back a little bit to what Jack brought up last meeting, which is we are having teachers struggle and go through a heck of a lot of work to create curriculum for an academy that we use for our students who need to do remote learning on a normal basis sometimes. Why aren't we using that curriculum and allowing the teachers to use that curriculum so they don't have to create something from scratch?
Part of it is the cost per use per student.
There's a cost per use per student.
Yeah, when you go back to what Tim presented at the last meeting, and he talked about the different pieces of with regards to the virtual academy, and there was a cost if you were taking the class, there was a cost if we were providing the class, and there was a cost, I believe, if we had the teacher who was utilizing the curriculum. I think there was a cost associated with that too. So we can come back to that at some point here if you'd like, because I'm sure Tim is hearing our discussion right now and can come in from the other room. I don't know if Amy, if you know that off the top of your head. Maybe you do.
This seems like a way we could help these teachers trying to create curriculum off the fly.
So, as Tim mentioned last week, we belong to the Wisconsin E-School Network, and traditionally
Can't hear you guys.
You have to speak up a little. The e-school network we belong to.
Traditionally, it had offered classes for 6 through 12, but they recently have adopted the Florida virtual school curriculum. And so Tim and I did get some access codes to kind of preview it. I sent it out to some instructional coaches, and it does not really have a synchronous component. It would require someone at home to kind of help the child go through a completely asynchronous program from this Florida virtual school. So I guess just based on our initial look and based on the feedback that we got from our surveys, that people wanted Waunakee curriculum, Waunakee teachers, synchronous time with the Waunakee teachers, we kind of eliminated that model just because it would not provide that synchronous piece with our teachers.
Okay, so that's my misunderstanding. It was the
it's the
Wisconsin e-school network did used to have K-6, but now suddenly they just grabbed Florida's and threw it in. All right.
So this is the E-Achieve?
We talked about the costs here last time, so that's why I was referencing that.
Amy, is that E-Achieve Academy?
Nope, so that's the charter, right? The McFarland?
Is that the McFarland charter?
McFarland's WEVA.
Oh, WEVA.
They're also close? Yeah. All right. So right now, I just want to clear that up. We have a motion on the floor for K4, the E2 model, which is the half day, 5 days a week. And that's the current motion.
Well, can you go back and clarify that? The AM PM is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then the Wednesday is an off day for the youth team.
Correct.
So Monday,
And
Tuesday,
for other virtual pieces of collaboration.
All right, now we are open for discussion.
So I guess I'll get it out of the way. I'll say that I don't think it's good enough, but the best we can do right now. I was really kind of reluctant for making the motion for 5 through 12 because I didn't know to say 7 or 12. I don't know, and I mean, I feel like I would love to hear from Tim for a half an hour about this, but we're 4 hours into a meeting, some of us almost 5, and I feel like we've gotten all the information we can get at this point. And these are our most sensitive learners that are just starting, and I have a lot of confidence in our staff at those levels. It's the levels I have the most experience with, and I have the most confidence in the principals that are all sitting here for this meeting, and they haven't been asked to say anything, but they're here if they're needed. I think that's the experience I've always had with them, that they're always there if you're needed. So I'm fully in support of doing this K through 4. We're going to have to be flexible. I mean, Mark, you mentioned those buzzwords before. This will be a challenge, but it's also a compromise. So I'm in support of it. Shut up.
Other comments?
I guess I still support virtual. And I think going for giving the teachers that are out there, the Waunakees, what they're known for and their expertise. I think they're developing a program that's a whole lot different than it was in April. And I think we need to give them a chance to see it, and I think that will develop into a better hybrid model. I think it'll give a sense of what the kids are going to do when they're not with the teacher on the hybrid model. I think it's a good start to stay virtual and develop that curriculum with the teachers and the support that we have.
I think you make a good argument in the same breath. I believe the K-4 model that's on the table simplifies the instruction responsibilities of our staff to one modality for the most part. You're either teaching the AM, PM face-to-face, or you're teaching virtually for the most part. So you're not really learning two different things. Yes, you're going to have to make adjustments to the classroom compared to the classroom that we taught pre-COVID. That's not going to be the same, but it gets our basic subjects, math, ELA, in a face-to-face setting, which I think for our youngest learners is the most important. So it provides flexibility, it simplifies, it also enhances safety, health safety compared to the other model where you have to deal with the recess and the noon hours. And it also gives us a chance to move forward with doing the necessary things to open up. And it responds to the needs of our community in a big time way.
Other comments?
Yeah, I guess I'm still going to support all virtual as well. I think there's a lot of moving parts that came out today that I don't think we're going to be ready for it 4 or 5 weeks. So, you know, I really think that it makes best for safety, logistics, operations, finances to focus on one and make a transition. But I have confidence in our staff. But I also don't want to burn you out for the first day of school. But I think we're already getting there, if not there already. So, but I think it's the safest way, and we're still going to have that option for virtual for those families anyway. But I think it would be a good way to start the year.
So if we go face-to-face and a classroom has a situation, do you see the whole classroom going virtual then?
I think, Joan, that goes back to like, yes, I think if you had a quarantine situation, I think that's what we would potentially see if that teacher and the whole class were involved. I mean, I think that's part of all of those 17, 20 scenarios that we would have to walk.
So if we only had 1 or 2 kids, then do they move into somebody else's virtual model for their quarantine time?
I think those are all things we'd have to do and kind of, I think that when we get to those, we're going to have to determine what's the impact of it. I mean, if it solely was a few kids in that model, there were some kids in a small group that were meeting and that was the incident, then that's a possibility. If it's the whole class, then we would have to evaluate that. It goes into all of those pieces that Kurt talked about last time and then following with the recommendations we have from public health.
I guess I'm still really concerned about putting our staff and our community in the jeopardy of opening up school. The camp kindergarten situation, I did reach out to that parent personally. She did share with me that her 2 kids, and I think she had that in the email, had symptoms, but in the other 2 families, in each of the family, there was an adult that had come down with symptoms. Kids, they haven't been together. I don't think we know what kind of spreaders they are. And I'm really concerned about the safety of our staff and our students and our community moving, especially, you know, that's so many kids to bring in school when you look at K-4.
Other discussion?
I guess the only thing I would ask, from that health perspective, how is that going to change second quarter?
We don't know.
So really our statement that we would go to hybrid in second quarter means almost nothing?
Was based on recommendations at the time.
Right.
I would say if they were probably stabilizing or going down.
So if
then
things are as they are now, we would say no.
If what?
If conditions are as they are now, we would say no.
Not necessarily. But there's also feedback from the staff to say, no, I think we've got it.
Well,
We've had time to put it together.
That's an interesting point. I'm glad you brought that up, because I keep thinking in my head about that WTA survey that a lot of people in the community have been asking about, because it's the one thing that hasn't been public in terms of what the responses were, because I don't even think we have a copy of the survey. It was just what the teachers reps shared with us. And the one thing that stuck in my mind about it was when that survey finished, they said that there was a pretty large majority that said they'd be concerned about going back to school if the numbers went up. And then that number was about 25 out of 200 something if the numbers went down. So I trust our staff that they were honest when they said that. And I think we can look at where the numbers are going and have some knowledge from there. So the hope is they go down. And the hope is that what we're all doing now will help bring it down. And Dave, you've been bringing this up repeatedly every time you see it. What we have to do is come together as a community and actually get a handle on this. And if people who want 5 through 12 back in school, want their kids back in school, they need to do what's necessary. And that means tell their kids to not be having 30 kids out in Kilkenny playing basketball at night. It means not having graduation parties where everyone's unmasked and standing around next to each other. So I think we all have to have the message that we actually all have to pull in the same direction as much as we can. And that's how we're really going to get back to it from this.
I think you brought up the thing in Indiana where they opened a school and then they had to close it down the same day. And the interesting part about that is it was about a student who came to school while they were waiting the results of their COVID test because it was going to be 3 to 4 days. I mean, an absolutely, totally preventable thing based on the stuff we're putting in place if the parents just follow it. That parent knew that student was getting tested. All they had to do was keep them home for a day or two, and that school would not have shut down. But that parent made a decision to send their kid to school, and they shut the whole system down. And if that happens here, that's exactly what's going to happen. Now, they didn't have masks in the class, and guess what? That's why I'm talking with doctors about trying to get rapid testing available for us like the UW hospital has. And believe me, I'm not talking to just UW doctors. And if anybody has a doctor of medical that, I know a lot of us have been reached out to, some more personal, not to the whole group, you got them, give them, we're going to try and get people who want to be involved and can really help us get to those metrics. But the problem is, you're right, if the community doesn't help us, it'll all end anyway, and we won't be making any votes or decisions.
Is it too early to call a question?
No.
I'd like to point out, we've been asked to make a decision based on the facts. There are a lot of facts out there. which report do you want to look at? The ones I've been looking at for Dane County is for the last 3 weeks, the number of increases has varied between 36 a day to 50 a day, with a little up over 50 on 1 or 2. However, the hospitalizations have been flat low. New hospitalizations aren't going up with those numbers. And that's a more, from what I've been told, a more significant stat than how many new ones are there per day. But that number of in Dane County is almost a flat line for the last 3 weeks. And we're not asking to make this decision based upon the total numbers in Wisconsin or the United States that are going up. What's our county like? What's our region like? And to me, if there were a problem, Public Health Dane County would have said, you can open under these conditions.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at Dane County, we got one big variable coming up in the next few weeks, and that's the opening of UW from people around the world. So that will be, and that's sort of the other thing that's been on my mind, is that gives us, because we are in that community, that will give us time to see where this is going to go in the next a little bit. But again, we can judge and we can expect. I guess we're just trying to be safe. But I agree with Mike. I went past our soccer field today. No coach on the field, but there were sure 35 kids out there playing on our fields, and no social distancing and stuff. So that's going to continue, whether we have activities or not. That's the variable we can't control, but we can control in our coming into our school if they're not there.
And that's our next agenda once we
So have we got?
Judy, you want to make call the question?
I'd like to call the question.
Second? Is there a second? Yes. So no debate. Now you are voting just to end the discussion. All those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Jack, are you there? Uh-oh.
Hello?
Yes.
He was on mute. I didn't hear you say yes or no, so I figured. Okay, so Jack is off mute. So the question has been called. I think we should do this by name to make sure it's clear. Vote for yes is to have K4 be the E2 model, which is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, AM, PM. Is that clear? No questions. Okay, so Mark.
Aye.
Brian.
No.
Judy.
No.
Joan.
No.
Mike.
Aye.
Jack.
Aye.
And I am aye. So the vote is 4-3.
Could I ask?
Nope.
So point of clarification, particularly for Tim. So we said I know what we said in our motion, but would Tim have the flexibility of deciding which hybrid to use in his school? Morning, AM, PM, or 2 to 3?
No. We voted that it is AM, PM, all K through 4.
He's 5, 6.
Okay.
You're talking, Tim.
Right, 5, 6.
You're talking when we move to the road, when we move
In November.
in November
Would
to
that be an
the
option?
hybrid, what model is intermediate school?
Isn't that a discussion?
Our first motion on hybrid, the original one, when we said we would in November go full hybrid, that was at the time only the 2 days, 1 day off. Other students are 2 days. At the time, we did not have an AM, PM model. So that motion, which hasn't been changed, was staying at that point.
But it was 7-12, right?
That was
7-12.
No, that was
Yeah.
No, it was K.
Well, now it would
That was K.
be 5 through 12.
So I'm just going to ask you, Tim, I mean, sorry to put you on the spot here, but you've got the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule with kind of the AB8, and then you have the morning, afternoon. I think from our conversations, the model that works the best from your lens is the morning, afternoon as well. At your level. So that at the point when we would move in November to a hybrid at your level, I think your request would be for that to be in the morning, afternoon, similar to the K-4.
Correct. If someone would want to make a motion to clarify that, we could do that, or honestly, we're probably going to be talking about this again in October. I'm not sure.
Would you like to know going forward what we're doing? Would that be a benefit to you?
They would.
And I would move that we allow the 5-6 to go to the AM/PM hybrid in November at the second quarter in deference to the 2-day, 3-day.
Is there a second? Sure. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Hey. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay. So we've defined 5-6 hybrid would be an AM/PM model.
Can I bring up one other piece that I think is worth, and I need to bring it up for a more planning perspective, is we pivoted pretty hard this week looking at this model. And I know that there is a great deal of work that needs to be done to get us shifting from the virtual piece to the people in place. We've got transportation things, we've got other things that now we have to make some modifications to. I'm looking at if the board is amenable to us looking at particularly at that, particularly at the K-4 level, of being able to have some flexibility on the calendar as far as when we begin. I think that's a conversation we've had as far as some of our needs. I don't know, Tim, from your perspective, if you're staying in the model that you're in, if you need that. I know, Tim, you and I talked about it from a 7-12. How are you all feeling? I mean, I want to make sure what we're delivering we do well. And I understand all the pieces that are moving. These are complex, and as we're starting to bring things back, we have shifted here, and in many respects, some of our teams have really felt like they've needed some direction to be able to wait for our decision tonight. So that's a
So Randy,
yeah.
Randy, I guess one of the comments that I would have is you talk about flexibility. Is it September 10th, September 15th, September 20th?
It's the 8th.
You know, what is the date?
It's the day after the holiday. So I think if you're looking at like removing that start date to like September 8th, that was at least a date that we've had in our mind that moves it a week. Now,
I would propose to give you the flexibility to move it to September 8th.
and what I would articulate, thank you, Jack, is I would bring back kind of a schedule to you to show you exactly what that would look like.
Does that move back the end date
Yeah.
for seniors and everything?
Does that move the end?
Does that move everything back for everyone, including seniors and?
Probably wouldn't, I don't believe. I mean, we're still working within our contract days with staff, so it's probably not going to change as far as the, it wouldn't move back like your days with your seniors, no. What we would look at is probably utilizing our dates, and it's also part of a modification to our calendar with DPI. Tim, did you have a thought from the 7-12 level? You and I had talked about a soft start that week versus some other things.
I mean, I think that, we could either officially start with students 7-12 on the 8th, or we could just ask for some flexibility on how those first 4 days go. We're going to need time to do tech. If you think about what a regular school year would look like, September 1st.
Come up to the table and speak, please.
That's
Tim.
right, you can't hear me, so that's okay.
Randy, do you need a motion on that?
I do. I think you've made, I kind of interrupted you. I apologize, Jack. Tim was talking, but he wasn't near the mic, so I wanted to bring him closer. Because I asked the question if this needed to be elementary-wise, or how it impacted 7-12. So go ahead, Tim.
So I mean, there's two different ways we can look at it. And, you know, since we don't know right now for sure what the position of DPI is on waivers for the upcoming year, there's a case for playing it conservative and sticking with our September 1 start with the understanding it would have some grace to be flexible about that week in terms of, you know, if we do have to reallocate some support staff to the elementary level to support the action that was just talked about. I'm talking custodians, maybe some other support staff. That might take some planning time. We have to distribute textbooks. You know, high school, a lot of that would normally go in August face-to-face registration, which we're not having this year. We probably want to do some orientation with kids. But if you think about the normal opening week at the middle school and high school, you know, September 1st would normally be a 7th grade only day and a 9th grade only day. The next day you're in, it's predominantly occupied by class meetings and other assemblies. So I mean, the first week of school is not a heavy academic week to begin with. It's usually a startup week. And you know, I would argue we could potentially keep the official start date the same, but treat that first week as a startup week. I think we kind of need to digest what might need to be reallocated, if anything, to support the K-4 piece, and maybe come back at your next meeting or 2 meetings from now with a modification on it.
So it sounds like we want to start September 1st, have a soft start, and really hit it hard since the parade. If we keep the dates the same, the heavy duty, heavy lifting, educational time is going to be September parade.
So right now, Jack has a motion for giving the administration flexibility to looking at changing the start date from the 1st to the 8th. Randy, I think you would then bring it to us next meeting on Monday.
Yeah, if you can give me some direction, I'll bring it, we'll break it out of what that looks like so you can see it specifically, because I just think that's fair.
Do you really think you need the motion then? We're actually going to be voting on it next Monday anyway then, right?
I would ask you to vote on it. I think from the K-4 level, they're looking at that as much more of a planning week than a soft start. So I mean, that's definitely.
There's a second to the motion. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
All right, thank you. I will bring those back so you can see what those look like. Thank you very much for that latitude.
And I think that ends our first item of discussion. Would that make everybody feel good saying that?
Not midnight.
The second item is co-curriculars.
All right, so I'm going to ask Mr. May to come forward. I think he is in the back room. While he is coming forward and he's getting him settled up there, in your packet you will find the options for fall athletics. There's obviously been a lot of movement in our region around what's going on with athletics, and I'm going to ask Aaron, when he gets forward here, to take a minute to just walk you through what some of the pieces are in your packet, and then open it up for some questions, and hopefully we can come to a conclusion relatively quickly.
Hey Dave, I'm running out of cell phone power, so can I just make a quick comment?
Sure.
I'm going to vote no on having fall sports. My rationale there is if it's not safe for our kids to go back to school, I don't know how we can justify having our kids in the athletic program. So what I'd like to do is record my vote as a no.
Does that include all sports, even the low safety one, low risk ones?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
all sports are no, okay.
Hey, Jack, are you there yet?
Jack?
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah.
Would you support some sort of student athletic activity, training type of activity through our schools?
Sort of like we did with the gridiron thing.
Sort of like the summer, yeah, workout sessions we have.
Skills
Well,
training.
I don't see how we can justify saying that our schools aren't safe, so we can't bring our kids back, and then we can make our sports program safe.
Yeah.
You know, we've experienced with you know, the summer schools. We had a few challenges there. It seemed to work. But, you know, we're saying it's going virtual in a lot of cases. So, you know, I think it's hypocritical to say that we should bring all of our sports back. You know, I know the rationale and so forth, but what I want to do is be consistent with what we're doing in our educational model to our extracurricular.
Everybody's back. All right.
Right, so
Aaron.
Yep, Aaron is here. Aaron, why don't you just start off with, yeah, I think maybe that chart is probably the best summary, because I think what you did is just went through what's allowable by public health. And I think that gives us a good picture. And then if you could just give us kind of an overview of what's really happening Badger Conference-wise and regionally, so we get a good sense of kind of what's happening in this whole space.
Sure. So the chart you have in front of you, I tried to just color and code it to simplify it as best I can. The group, this is just fall athletics that are offered right now. The ones highlighted in green are considered low risk per public health determination. And so those are allowed to compete, practice and compete as long as they maintain 6 feet of social distancing. So that would be your cross country, equestrian, golf, individual swim events, single swim events. Medium risk, there in the yellow, those are allowed to practice. They are not allowed to compete with other teams. And those medium risk sports are soccer, swim relays, doubles tennis, and volleyball. And then finally, the orange sports there, those are deemed high risk by public health. That would include our football cheer team and our football team itself. And those are not allowed to compete with other teams. Now, medium and high risk sports are still allowed to practice as long as they maintain 6 feet of social distance. So that's kind of the big separation is the green sports are allowed to have competitions with other teams as long as they maintain 6 feet of social distance, whereas the yellow and orange highlighted ones, regardless of the 6 feet of social distancing, are not allowed to compete against outside teams. They can hold some type of inter-squad or scrimmage type event as long as they maintain 6 feet of social distance during that competition. If you have any specific questions about those sports, otherwise I was going to go in a little bit about some of the other limitations or the other stipulations public health has put in place regarding athletics. Yep. Are there any questions on those specific sports? So one of the differences between what's allowed in terms of schooling and what's allowed in terms of athletics, in public health didn't put a specific number, a hard number, on how many people you could have in your classroom. It depended on the size of the room and the social distancing. There is a hard number on group size for athletics. Indoor sports, swim, volleyball, in terms of the fall season, are capped out at 10 kids, or 10 people. Outdoor sports, so basically everything else, football, soccer, golf, are capped at 25 kids. Your employees, so your coaches, your lifeguards, your other workers at those events don't count towards that group size. But regardless of whether it's indoors and outdoors, we still have to keep that 6 feet of social distancing during practice and competitions.
Well, clarify, I'm sorry, you said lifeguards and stuff don't count, but then in the group size it says players, officials, and spectators.
That's,
are included.
that should be, there should be a not in there. My apologies. That does not include.
Yeah, I agree with you, Aaron, that should be a not.
So it includes players, but not officials and spectators.
Yep.
So what would be the rule for spectators at soccer?
So the cap is 25 people. So that 25 people, whatever that's made up of, players, let's say you've got 22 players on a team, that means you've got 3 other people there to watch the event as a spectator.
Yeah, I think spectators counts in the group size, but I'll
Yep,
double.
yeah. So you have 25 people, you have a cap of 25 people at that soccer event. 22 of them would be your players, because you'd have 11 on each side. That means you have a room for 3 other people to come to that event.
Okay, so spectators and players count, but officials don't.
Nope.
So you
And
have
coaching
includes
staff
players,
does not.
officials, and spectators. So it does not include your coaches.
Yep.
But it does include your spectators.
Yep.
Is that right?
So it doesn't include officials?
Any of the-
Employees are not included in
Any
that
of
count.
the
Include the
workers of
managers?
the event, it doesn't. include.
Sorry?
Does it include team managers?
They would be part, yeah, they would be part of your count.
Okay.
That's part of your team, that's a part
So
of your
let
count.
me give you a real example. So we did the speed and agility out for summer school on Warrior Stadium.
Yep.
You had a group size of 25.
Mhm.
We got direction that we could have 2 groups on the field at a time, 25 each, split by the 50-yard line, socially distanced. Those 2 groups could not mix.
Yep.
So, but if you had, let's say, 2 adults working on each side, those did not count against you as part of the 25. So that's kind of how, that's the rules that we have to follow here.
So if we were doing cross-country, where it's mentioned that we will need volunteers to help control the numbers, would those people count?
So we haven't gotten information from public health on whether or not those count, if they're considered workers or not, but if they're considered employees or not. So we would not be able to answer that question. What I can tell you is we're still capped out at 25 is the number. Regardless of if they count or not, could have 5 runners from our team, we could have 5 runners from another team potentially, and then if those volunteers count, we would basically have 15 spaces now for whether that's trail guides that make sure kids turn the right direction, or for some type of spectator.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Athletic trainers, I'm assuming, wouldn't be
They'd
counted.
be considered an employee.
Employee, right.
Yep.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So now, if you look at it and you think about it, they are working for the event. So, but no, we have not gotten in terms of volunteers, a definitive answer.
All right. Did you have other presentations? I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to go through just a couple other pieces.
Can you scroll down, Rebecca?
In terms of what we have, we've got to consider things like if we do go to these athletics, I just kind of mapped out a couple different potential options. Whether that's number 1, not allowing athletics. Number 2, allowing for the fall to spring option, which the WIA has provided for, which we're supposed to be receiving more information about on August 14th. But basically what the WIA has stated is that fall sports that are not able to start are able to participate in the spring. Big 8 schools have already committed to that. We have Badger schools already considering it. Oregon, Mount Horeb is considering, Monona Grove, they've got options they have to look at. So there's some information that's still forthcoming with that option. And then a third option I just kind of laid out would be athletics, student orgs, other extracurriculars be allowed to meet and practice or compete per public health Madison-Dane County mandates. and you had Coach Kettner here before, and he kind of mapped out sort of a melding of options 2 and 3 that could potentially be there for our student athletes.
So Aaron, part of what Coach Kettner laid out was a hope to have some contact time in the fall, and then the season in the spring.
Yep.
Now WIAA is going to weigh in on that as whether if they had any contact time in the fall, if that would negate their ability to do spring.
So I've asked for direction from the WIA. I spoke to Dave Anderson on a couple separate occasions. He's the executive director at the WIA. They have not released any of that information, but that was my question. What is considered the start of a season? Is that as soon as we step onto a practice field? Is that a game? Is that a competition? Because we would like, if possible, within WIA regulations, between Dane County Public Health regulations, if that's possible, for those medium and high risk categories to maybe still do some type of organization, or the coaches would really would like to have that opportunity. So we're waiting for them to give us some more definitive answers on the 14th, but I would like to leave that option available.
Will you require each coach to put together a protocol as well?
In terms of like a safety plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've already kind of started, we were starting to work on that in terms of the different sports. And Brian Grabarski and Randy and the team at the district office have been reviewing a lot of them already. We did put a pause or a hold on those things until we had kind of had this meeting today. So we actually have several of those teams have already kind of built those plans and have had them, I'll say, preliminarily approved. But we've put a hold on anything until we had this meeting and had a decision here.
So for example, Brian, you had like gridiron camp was kind of starting to get laid out. When WIAA kind of moved the start of football, it also took away some of those opportunities to do those things. So it's now it's really kind of rebooting some of those, but any of these type of activities we would definitely we'd have to go through all of our protocols and have to go through our approval process internally.
It seems to me a very critical piece of whatever plan there is educating our kids for when they leave the activity. Because, again, I think we can keep it separated here, but it's even possible on our school grounds they are violating social distancing and could be a huge threat to each other if we're not trying to really get them to understand the importance of not just on this practice field, but in our parking lot, all in the...
Yeah, Mark, I would agree with you, and what I would say, and I think if you ask any coach or any teacher, if you don't have an opportunity to sort of do any kind of scaffolding or that pre-teaching type stuff, we just left back in March, and we told kids to stay away. We never told them why. We never actually taught them anything. Just in terms of society, we just said everybody needs to stay away. If we actually bring them together, it's an opportunity not just for the coaches, but our athletic trainer, to have a captive audience there. If you look at our fall participation rates, that's almost 40% of our student body, to educate those kids on here's why we're wearing masks, here's why we need to stay 6 feet apart, here's why you need to make smart decisions outside of the classroom, outside of the practice field. Maybe don't go to, with 15 of your friends to the lake. And here's why. We never actually did that with our students. And then we wonder why there's no real concentrated education. This is a captive audience for our coaches and for trainer Matt to actually speak to those kids and really do a good job of teaching them. And these are kids, this is a group, and it's not just our athletics. It's our one-act kids, it's our, later in the fall and into the winter, our forensics kids, our performing arts kids. If if you tell them they have to be here with a mask on, they have to have this form filled out, they will absolutely step in line and do exactly those things because they're a motivated population. If Mr. Minter was here with me right now, he would tell you that the strength and conditioning sessions in summer school went very well. Kids showed up with their masks. They showed up with their forms completed. They were doing their sanitization. The coaches were having conversations with them, you know, making sure, hey, we've got everything coned out. Stay with your number on your cone. That makes sure we're all 6 feet apart. And, you know, I forwarded you guys some of those messages from some of those parents that really appreciated that opportunity. And I think if we have that with that group of kids, the high school kids, the middle school kids, I think that's a bonus or a positive for our community and for our kids.
Since we often have athletes who will sometimes violate the code that we have them sign, which we think is a motivator to get them to generally follow the code because they would lose their ability to participate.
Yes.
Would it make sense at this point to add in that if you violate the masking and the social distance requirements in a sport, whether you do it privately or you do it in our situation, that would be considered a violation of the code and then we would do the normal penalty as if they'd gone out drinking?
I think that's a little strict.
Okay, I've heard we can't have people in the classroom because it's too unsafe, but we're going to put them and say, if you run out and do all these violations, go ahead and come into our sport and bring it with you and see what happens?
No, I like the idea of scaffolding, teaching, encouraging them, and this is a voluntary thing with parents' permission. I don't think we have to police for this particular thing. I think this is a pandemic situation. We're trying something. I think if you put too many rules there, it's going to be a problem.
We're afraid of bringing the students in.
We're doing all those things when we're in contact with them.
We're afraid of bringing students in when we're in contact with them with a teacher, but we're going to bring them in with a coach, and we have too many rules?
I think it's two different things in my mind.
If we're going to do that, I'm not sure I want to link it to the athletic code, but we certainly could link it to opportunity to participate in the program. So if you're not cooperating on site with the rules we have, which is the ones we can control, I think there could be that gradation where we said, you know, we talked about this twice, 3 times, you need a break from the program.
Here's the thing, we bring them in for strength and conditioning, or we do drills with them in soccer. We do drills with them in soccer. The coach leaves. 15 minutes later, what do you think is happening? You got 30 kids who were all there. They're going to scrimmage each other. They did it this weekend without being brought together at one time. I mean, we can't demand that our staff be chasing them all the time.
I know, Aaron, you got a few more things, but there's multiple layers to this decision here tonight. I think that one of them, and I'm just going to try to outline it. One of them is, how do we want sports to participate or at all? So that's the first question. So are you amenable to the ones that have on the green? Can you go back for a second? Are you amenable to the sports that are in green that are allowed to compete? Are you amenable to them competing as they are allowed by the rules per Madison-Dane County? And for the ones that are not able to, so primarily really the ones that all the rest of them, of moving them to the fall to spring model. Yeah, I think that's one of the questions. Then the second question is what else are you open to in the fall or not? And so it may be it's starting off with those two questions at least gives you a framework for them to scaffold down to what the next decision is.
Maybe that's what should be your focus.
Yeah, if you start there, then you kind of narrow it down.
Yeah, I do believe, though, under some of these other sports, if we are allowed to do something in the fall, I don't have a problem with coaches doing a week of education, because these kids are going to be doing it, like you said, without the coaches there, whether it be on our fields or in a park. Give them something to do that can keep them socially distanced and stuff like that. You know, maybe, just an idea. Because I agree. I mean, if there's not a coach around, if we push it to the spring, they're still going to be playing up on the field as a group of people, and do we allow, we close our fields?
Well, and I think we have to really look at, these kids need something, and this gives them engagement. We heard the mental health issues, the social emotional issues. These kids are highly competitive kids who have reached for the highest level, and we're saying, I'm sorry, it really sucks to be you right now. Can we give them something that lets them engage in a controlled area? And from my perspective, we are in school even though we're not in school.
Yes.
And so, to me, it would be criminal to take that opportunity away. I would definitely, I'd like the number 3 concept, let our green sports compete within the flexibility that they're given, and we give the other people the flexibility to create the programs under your oversight to make it within the Dane County health guidelines, so there's some kind of engagement that they can participate in. And whether that's the athletic groups or the non-athletic groups, I think we need to give our kids this carrot for their well-being.
I think you got it there at the end, but I just want to double check, Mark. I want to make sure when we talk about those green groups that we're also including what are often referred to as our category B and C activities. They're not listed on there, but that's our performing arts. That's the one-act play. Those type of groups, those are considered would be considered in that low-risk category. That we would allow them to also, I'm going to call it gather in whatever manner. Some of those groups, Rick and Molly and I had a pretty long meeting this morning about what those performing arts activities might look like in a virtual model, in a hybrid model. And I think that's a definite thing that would benefit our kids too.
Mark, are you making a motion?
I'll make that my motion.
I will second that motion.
So there's a motion made and seconded. I would like to amend the motion that no travel outside of Dane County.
What about teams coming into Dane County from outside?
They have to follow our rules if they're inside Dane County. It's the fact that there are no rules outside of Dane County.
Well, that was the other thing I asked Aaron to prepare, was the schedules of how many people are not even playing this.
So yeah, if you scroll down to the bottom.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to get us off the motion if you want to keep going.
That's fine.
But it'll give you an idea of kind of what we're going to. There you go. A little bit lower. I think it's the next page. So what you're going to see there is basically our low-risk sports listed out where they're going and what county they're located in. Some of those events have already been canceled, so they're stricken on there. So you see like the cross country at Lake Farm County Park has already been canceled. So even when we say we're going to have a season for these low-risk athletic events, it's going to be a very different season than anyone's ever experienced before. It's definitely going to be the thing they talk about at their 20-year reunion. But you'll see there's some events that have already been canceled, some events that have not been. And that was as of Thursday when I had to submit this, so things may be changing at this point. But even talking with those coaches, whether it's Coach Raffel, Coach Miller, they all understand that, okay, it's not going to look like our normal season where we're going to these different places. It might be a lot of inter-squad time trials type stuff. So I think they're okay, or they're ready for that, or they're prepared mentally for what that might look like.
As part of the WIA, we really don't need to do anything about that until we hear what they're going to do, correct?
In terms of,
The spring conference or?
yeah, for the medium high risk sports, we really need to wait to see what the WIA
Right,
releases,
right.
and that's going to be right now it's supposed to be end of next week
Okay.
that information gets released.
And what they do could change what they want to do.
For those, yeah, for those three
Potentially. I mean,
sports.
there
Yep.
could be.
But this right now, if I understand it right, your motion would allow cross-country, golf,
Yep.
and tennis to have a season. It's just understand that it's not going to be the traditional 15 matches going, over to Milwaukee and those other places.
Is there a second for the amendment to limit to Dane County?
Second.
Okay, so we
So,
just.
Dave, can I clarify, would you let a school outside of Dade County come here?
Yes.
It's just we don't travel outside.
Because, yeah, and my rationale is the fact that we have these restrictions
I
and
get
rules
it.
to
I
try and
get it.
protect our players.
I just wanted to clarify.
Now, if a team, and is that your understanding, Aaron, that if a team came to here, like we have several Waunakee dates,
Yep.
any team coming here would have to mask and follow Dane County rules.
Yeah, coming here, they would have to follow our rules in order to participate.
Yeah, example, our AU basketball can go to Dells to compete with no restrictions. But they can't run that tournament in Dane County because they can't do that.
Right.
So, yeah.
So just on the motion to add the restriction of no travel outside of Dane County, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Jack said no to everything. I don't know if you all heard that, but
Yeah.
that was his recorded vote. Okay, so the motion passes 6-1. Now we're back to the main motion. I'm going to say, I am still sticking with, I will follow what Dane County Health says. If they say this is what you can do, I'm fine with that. The WIA football thing, obviously the biggest thing is, I want them to have at least be able to play a game against the Forest. I mean, the world will end if we don't do that. So I hope the coaches will seriously pay attention to not break the rule that keeps us from being allowed to participate in a possible spring season. But I'm sure they're more interested in that than I am.
Jack's concern that he articulated, for those who didn't hear it, was he felt that if we were in a remote or enhanced remote, that then the activities should not occur.
Correct.
So he was making that parallel to those.
That's
That was
his vote.
perspective.
I agree with him in that, and that was part of the reason I was bringing up about the code. If we're really teaching them, and we're trying to use this as a thing to get them going, and we have a kid who comes in and starts breaking the rules during practice, we need a way to say, I'm sorry, you can't practice. Right now, we don't have that. And I don't want to leave it up to the coaches. I don't want the coaches to have to be the bad guy. I want it to be straightforward, that this is what will happen. Because you know what's going to happen. We have how many coaches? I'm looking at a number close to 50.
And maybe, Dave, it's not a piece you put in the code, but maybe it's just a requirement that in order to participate, you have to do X. And if you can't follow that rule within the context of our practices, our games, etc., then you aren't allowed to participate. I mean, I'm not sure where you're at. I mean, some of this is an education piece, but also there's got to be a piece that if you can't follow the safety rules we put in place, you're not going to be able to be there.
So I guess I would hold it akin to, and maybe this might not be a perfect one-to-one analogy, but I would view it as almost like a dress code piece at a school. Kid comes into school wearing something that's inappropriate. What we do is we ask them to change, or in this case, we ask them to mask up. And then if they refuse to, then we would go to the punitive side of it. But where we would start would be asking them to take the proper procedure, the proper step. If you're coming onto the volleyball court, you need to be masked. If that athlete refuses to do that, you can't come to practice until you're masked. And same thing here, you can't go to class until you meet the dress code rule. That's how I would, at least that would be my analogy there, to something that we already have in place.
I get that. I just know, I don't know if the rest of you saw them all. I know some of them were sent to me individually. Parents saying, how can you let a co-curricular happen and you can't let a classroom happen? How can you let one act happen, which is inside a building, and swimming, which is inside a building, but a kid can't be there for a class? That makes no sense to them. And I almost guarantee we are going to have photographs showing up, just like we had the one of the soccer field.
Right, I mean, that's fine, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying in terms of code violations, because I'm always thinking about enforceability. Like, how do you enact that? I mean, yeah, we can have coaches wag their fingers at kids, but I think we need something more concrete than that, too. And come on, I'm realistic. I'm pretty sure that there have been code violations that coaches have put their hands over their eyes and not seen in the past at some point. So I'm realistic too. But that also being said, I think I go back to is, and this is what you said, Dave, the safest stands are still our own. Those kids are going to be out there doing this anyway, and I want as many women as possible doing it.
Like I said, I'm totally voting to allow this because I'm still going to stick the furthest we can get them engaged, the better.
Right, and with all due respect to Jack's point, I know he's not here to even respond to this. It's that.
Well, I think we're also, we did prove the, enriched. So we are going to have kids throughout our district coming in for certain things, whether it be maybe special ed or IEPs or maybe even an AP lab every so often. So we are giving opportunities to other groups of our students to be able to come into school to get what they need. So we're not totally shutting everything down. But I agree, like I told Aaron today, unfortunately, when we have these rules, it's going to fall on him to go down on the coaches to say, these will be followed, and we will be watching, the community will be watching, there will be pictures, and so there will be consequences, for our student athletes that, after they're taught, should get it once. Because they've been hearing it on the news for 4 months.
So many of the pleas to open up sports and things that came in our emails were from kids who said, we know what to do, we will abide by the rules, and our teammates will, assuring us. And I know that you can't always believe it, but I think we want to open up as much as we can.
Yeah, and the kids have been playing tennis and golf and stuff all summer, but now they'll have our eyes on them in our activities. It won't be the country club, go play in a tournament. So it will be different. There should be consequences. It should be known to the coaches that it's part of their protocol that they should be able to tune into you, that you guys are working on. And they're going to be held to an expectation that this is the way they practice or play.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the consequence. I'm just not sure the code's the right spot, because the code has kind of a piece that goes into percentages of seasons.
Maybe that's something we can
But
have
it
to
may
try
be
to
a
work
piece
on.
that's just part of their written document as far as how they move it forward, that we write that in. But that is a requirement to participate.
Yeah, you look at the way the code are written now, it's a percentage of competitions with other teams. Well, at this point, we don't know how many competitions we're going to have with other teams. So it would be hard.
They might be able to play the Forest 3 or 4
Yeah,
times.
it's going to be such a nebulous season. It might not be easy to define what they're going to be missing and not missing. But you can look at the enforcement side.
And as something that it's very much a you either wear it or you're not participating. If you're not going to do it at the practice, at the games, and in the times when you're under our control, then those are the things that then you just can't be there.
Right. Period.
Question, Aaron. Is there an option for swim, relay, and doubles tennis to play in the spring? Since there's swim singles and tennis singles.
No, so we those are considered medium risk events because it's difficult to maintain the 6 feet of social distancing in a doubles tennis match or in a swim relay. We've gotten some clarification just in terms of, in the swim side of it, because we had some questions about sharing lanes.
No, I'm talking about moving to the spring.
So,
Because if we're gonna move football this spring with that opportunity.
we don't know.
Okay.
We're waiting for the WIA. The focus for me and with my conversation with them was the idea of volleyball, soccer, and football. My conversations with Chris Neuenthal, one of our tennis coach, and so it's like the idea of going this fall, singles competitions, and then if something were to change or something were to be allowed, whether it's doubles, then we could easily, we're already there and we can morph into that if that ends up opening up or being allowed at some point. There's been some question about doubles in that situation. We're waiting for a response from public health.
Okay. So can I make a motion?
Any further discussion? There is a motion already.
One.
The motion was to allow, to go up to basically what the PHMDC allows and give the possible spring move, if they want to move to the spring for those seasons that the WIAA will allow.
Oh, I didn't know you.
But not traveling not traveling outside of Dane County. Right?
Yep.
I think that's where Mark was going.
Can I just say that one more time? So it's the ones that are low risk that can compete.
Yep.
The ones then having the fall to spring.
Yep.
And then for any of those fall to spring sports, if it's allowed by WIAA after the 14th, to be able to do some contact days this fall within the parameters of public health.
Yep.
Then the last parameter is for any of those that would be able to compete, that they have to do it within the confines of Dane County. They cannot travel.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, that's clear.
Can I ask one more question? Not to try and overly complicate this, but I do have, the last little bullet point on both those would be to allow strength and conditioning sessions to continue in August. Mark, would you consider that it's considered a low-risk activity? Would that be considered as part of one of your low-risk activities? It's not on the chart because it's not a sport, but it's
So basically similar to what we did this summer.
Yeah, what they've been doing the last 2 weeks at the football field and leaving it up to Mr. Minter, who's been running, and Mr. Rice has been running that program.
My question is it
27 years.
limited to one group of 25, 5 days a week, or would it be saying multiple groups of 25 so more kids can be a part of it?
Yeah,
I would hate to have it limited to only 25 and no one else gets access to it.
Yep, and Randy can step in too if I just state something here, but it would basically be open to the kids that were initially signed up for summer school strength. So that's those kids that are, there's all different sports, male and female, and there's approximately, I'm trying to do this without looking, not having the notes in front of me. There's basically 6 sessions, time sessions, and we have 2 groups of 25 in each of those 6 sessions. So the only thing that's limiting it is if you sign up in time for that in-person session.
I'm fine with that, as long as, you've already got a protocol down. It seems like it's been working.
Are you good, Rebecca?
I think so.
I just want to make sure she has one.
That's another add to that motion, right?
Well, it's not really an add, it's just a clarification to make sure that was in that.
See, and that's up to the start of school.
That was a motion to call the question?
Yes.
Is there a second to call the question?
Second.
All those, just to call the question and end discussion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Now we're back onto the motion. Would anybody want Rebecca to read the motion, or are we pretty clear?
Please.
Please, Rebecca.
So Mark made a motion, Jones seconded, to allow the low-risk sports to have their season within the guidelines as stated, and to allow the fall to spring move for the other sports, and allow training in the fall if WIAA will allow, and to continue with their strength training in August.
there anything about
And
staying
no
within-
travel outside of Dane
Oh,
County.
yeah, well, that was the amendment, yep.
Okay.
And then it was amended by Dave to allow the
Okay.
travel outside, do not allow travel outside of Dane County.
So that's where our motion is at. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no, which is Jack.
How can Jack vote on no on a motion he doesn't know the details?
He said he would vote on any motions to allow any co-curriculums this fall.
Can he vote on the absence?
This
I don't
fall.
think he can.
Yeah, he's not
I,
there.
you know, I understand that. He wanted to make a public statement.
And he did.
He
but I don't
did.
think he
If
reflected
if it had
the-
affected the motion, I think we would have a real question about that. But I
think
think
it-
now we'll just let him have his intent.
Yeah.
If you're all okay with that.
There are, just for clarification, there's a couple other things that are still happening this summer, that are still part of summer school. There's some things with band that's happening outside. It's not happening inside. There's some small group things inside that don't involve instruments. And then there are some things with, I believe, like our 5th and 6th grade students that get them started with things like orchestra, some of those type of things. So those were part of summer school. They went through all of our protocols and were approved previously by the board. So I was allowing those to continue.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I went by today to watch them. Social distance and mask, plus they're blowing their horn.
So,
Then I guess I would be open to a motion to adjourn.
I guess the other
We need to
question is,
circle
are
back
you
to
amenable to wanting to have a special meeting on the
Oh,
17th?
17th. We need a motion to hold a special meeting on the 17th.
And that would be for the purpose that Steve talked about for that resolution, so that would be a piece that we
And
would
then
have.
with that, give Steve the validation, right?
You would get it written, we would get it.
We'd have to
noticed.
vote on it then.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have to vote on it then. at that
Seconded.
time.
Is it a narrow meeting?
So there was a
It's a
motion by
narrow
Mark and a second by Mike. Maybe we should amend the motion that we will have a meeting every Monday. But for now, we'll let it stop here. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And there you have your meeting. Do you need
So that's 4 in a row, right?
Yeah, I think it's important to say too.